Chapter 570. I failed. Looking at this scene in a daze, Feng Zichen was slightly absent-minded. But after a while, he readjusted his state of mind. This was all within his expectations. The blood altar's function was so heaven-defying that it was naturally extremely difficult to refine. Of course, it was impossible to succeed in one try. Failure was inevitable. Only by experiencing a few more failures could one summarize enough experience to refine the blood altar perfectly. Previously, Feng Zichen had comprehended the runes not only to deepen his foundation, but also to summarize his experience and detect the inadequacies. Therefore, after failing, he would make adjustments in the next experiment. Next, Feng Zichen continued to draw the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts and began to refine the blood altar again. We can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, we will all die in this formation. In the galaxy cosmic light formation, under the erosion of the power of time and space, the strength of the four demons had fallen from half-step primordial chaos to the great circle of sage-to-be. Moreover, it would not be long before they fell to the late stage of sage-to-be. At this time, in order to survive, there is only one way in front of the four demons, which was to increase their strength at all costs so that they could break free from the restraint of the galaxy cosmic light formation. Otherwise, after a while, the strength of the four demons would be reduced to the level of Daluo Jinxian. In this way, his time of death would come. Okay, later, I will use a secret method to stimulate the ferocity of the innate ferocious beasts and make them crazily attack the formation. Then, we will seize the opportunity to fight with all our strength and blast open the formation in one fell swoop. The leader of the four demons looked at the innate ferocious beast below and said with some surprise. As time passed, more and more innate ferocious beasts came. Among them, there were no less than 100 innate ferocious beasts at the sage-to-be level. These innate ferocious beasts were all gathered in the galaxy cosmic light formation and were desperately rushing to the deepest part of the canyon. Although the galaxy cosmic light formation was powerful, it could not kill all these innate ferocious beasts at the sage-to-be level in a short time. After being bombarded by countless stars again and again, although many of these innate ferocious beasts had died, there were still dozens of them who survived. And this was the hope of the four devils to break the formation. The combined strength of the four of them might not be able to break the galactic cosmic light array, but with the addition of dozens of sage-to-be, connate, ferocious beasts, with such power, he would definitely be able to break the formation. Burn, the eldest of the four demons, ignited the blood of the chaos demon god in his body. Suddenly, a tyrannical and overbearing aura rose from his body. It broke through the blockade of the cosmic light and swept toward the dozens of connate ferocious beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Under the influence of this aura, the Xiantian ferocious beast went completely mad. Its eyes turned scarlet, and it became even more ferocious. At the same time, they broke free from the influence of the demon god flag. Rumble. The Xiantian ferocious beast, which had gone completely berserk, no longer dashed towards the depths of the canyon. Instead, it was constantly destroying everything in front of it. At this moment, the galaxy cosmic light array, he received a huge shock. Chance. Seeing this, the four demons hurriedly burned their origin source to forcefully increase their strength and break free from the space-time power. Open for me. For as soon as they regained their freedom, the four demons joined forces and blasted toward the starry sky in an attempt to shatter the formation. Boom! The galaxy trembled and the stars swayed. Under this attack, the galaxy cosmic light array shook violently. Even the heavenly cycle star banner, which was the foundation of the formation, had cracks appearing on it. After all, it was not a connate object. Its strength was still insufficient and could not withstand such a large-scale bombardment. It was damaged, causing a flaw to appear in the formation. In response, Feng Zichen thought about it and formed a Taoist seal toward the four demons. The galaxy cosmic light array could not be lost. He could not let the four demons destroy it. What? The four demons, who had failed their first attack, were about to launch a second attack. Just as they were about to attack, they felt an irresistible force surging from the void and fiercely imprinted on their bodies, slamming them into the deepest part of the canyon. Poof! For a mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out from the four demons' mouths. So powerful, lying on the ground, the four demons still said with lingering fear. With just one attack, the four of them were severely injured. In other words, the person who had such power had the ability to kill the four of them. Dijiang, Candle Dragon, Shibai Shi, Gomong, Zhu Rong. Just as the four demons were shocked, 12 ancient chanting voices came from the void, constantly chanting the names of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. This aura, this is the 12 divine beings' formation. Oh no, let's go. Hearing these voices, the four demons were puzzled at first. Then, as if they had thought of something, they could not help but scream in shock. Then, the four demons got up from the ground. Ignoring their injuries, they were about to break through the void and leave this place. Unfortunately, it was all too late. As the void shook, 12 towering figures walked out from it. They sealed off all space and time and charged toward the four demons. Boom! A terrifying battle broke out. Not far away, Feng Zichen glanced at them indifferently and then looked away. The four demons were dead for sure. They were no longer worth his attention. If they were still in peak condition, they might have a chance of survival. But now, they were all severely injured. There was no hope of escaping. As for inviting the will of the Chaos Demon God to descend, that would undoubtedly make them die faster and more thoroughly. It was the 12 ancestral sorcerers who were fighting the four demons. The ancestral sorcerers who were known as the Son of Pangu. It would be fine if the will of the Chaos Demon God did not descend. But once it did, it would definitely activate the mark of Pangu in the 12 ancestral sorcerers. TSK, TSK, TSK. If it really came to that, perhaps what welcomed the Chaos Demon God, it would be an axe light that crossed space and time. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, Feng Zichen, who had experienced dozens of failures, finally saw the dawn of success. Is it going to succeed? In the dark, Feng Zichen stared at the blood altar that was taking shape. His tone was slightly excited. Dozens of times. After the first failure, he had experienced dozens of failures. This time, he was the closest to success. Everything was going according to his plan. Shwa, shwa, shwa. When the last rune was completed, a strange blood-red light was emitted from the blood altar and dyed the sky and earth a blood-red color. Darkness, strangeness, inauspiciousness, death aura, and other negative energies appeared one after another within the blood-red light, causing this place to become increasingly strange. Even someone as powerful as Feng Zichen could not help but feel a chill down his spine in this environment. Oh my God, what's going on? Surprised, Feng Zichen subconsciously looked at the blood altar. As far as his eyes could see, there was a boundless sea of blood. After a while, the sea of blood slowly receded, revealing a 9-story altar. It was blood-red all over, as if it was flowing blood. It looked abnormally strange. Moreover, his body was filled with a strange and ominous aura. It was as if one would be unable to extricate themselves from it with just a glance, giving birth to all kinds of ominous things. Even Feng Zichen, after staring at the blood altar for a long time, felt that his mind was a little restless, as if he was about to sink into it. Hiss, there won't be any problem with this blood altar, right? Feng Zichen sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but worry. Even his mind was shaken. Didn't this mean that if an ordinary sage-to-be stared at the blood altar, his mind would be taken away if he was not careful? This was too scary. What kind of existence was a sage-to-be? There were a few experts in the untainted land who could dominate a region, but they could not defend against the blood altar. From this, one could see how strange this treasure was. Moreover, what was even more worrisome was the ominous aura that enveloped the blood altar. This ominous aura came from nowhere and its function was unknown. But facing it, even someone as powerful as Feng Zichen could not help but feel a chill down his spine, and he dared not let it get close to him. This alone was enough to make Feng Zichen wary. After all, with his current strength and identity, there were not many forces in the world that could hurt him. This is troublesome. Looking at the blood altar in front of him, Feng Zichen was a little hesitant for a moment, not knowing what to do. He wanted to test its ability, but he was also a little worried that the strange, ominous aura on its body would cause bad consequences and involve great karma. Fellow Daoist Siwei, what kind of magic treasure are you refining? Why is it so strange? Just as Feng Zichen was hesitating, Hao Yian's voice came from afar. Looking up, he saw that in the depths of the void, Hao Yian and the other two and the 6 people from the demon sect had stopped fighting at the same time and were rushing towards him. It turned out that the moment the blood altar was formed, the commotion caused was too great. Even the 9 people in the depths of the void felt the spine-chilling, ominous aura. This shocked them. To be able to make existences who had reached their level feel spine-chilling. How powerful was that kind of power? They were shocked and puzzled. It actually caused both sides to stop fighting at the same time. They searched for the source of that aura. As soon as he came out, Hao Hian saw Great Emperor Zui and the blood altar at the same time. The power that made his hair stand on end was emitted from this treasure. Curious, Hao Yian asked directly. This was the scene from before. Keep glancing at the 6 demon gods. Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and put the blood altar into his sleeve. Of course, this was in the eyes of outsiders. In fact, he had put the blood altar in a Hongmeng Daozhong. Before he figured out the origin of the ominous aura, Feng Zichen did not dare to let it get close to him. He did not intend to let the other magic treasures be contaminated by the ominous aura. If something went wrong, he would suffer a great loss. Therefore, only Hongmeng Daozhong, the doctrine artifact that could be said to be a treasure of the Great Path and the source of all Tao, he dared to let it come into contact with the ominous aura. After all, Hongmeng was the beginning of being. No matter how strange the ominous aura was, it could not escape the scope of Hongmeng. After doing all this, Feng Zichen turned to Hao Yian and said, "Brother Hao Yian, we'll talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing is to send all of these old seniors away." As he spoke, Feng Zichen looked at the 6 chaos demon gods. What he meant was that he wanted to join forces with Hao Yian and the other 2 to kill the 6 demon gods here. The effect of the blood altar could be tested at any time. However, there were not many opportunities to kill the 6 chaos demon gods. Perhaps this was the only chance. For the primordial world, for all living beings, and for himself, he could not let go of this opportunity. Fellow Taoist, you're right. Hearing this, Hao Qian nodded. He was also someone who knew the severity of the situation. He knew that this was not the time to discuss that strange magic treasure. Seizing the opportunity to kill the chaos demon gods was the most important thing. Do it. With a thought, Feng Zichen released the power of the heavenly gods that belonged to Great Emperor Ziwei and integrated it into the celestial Darch projection in the void. Suddenly, a boundless starry sky appeared in the projection of the primordial world. At the same time, the celestial Darch projection, which was originally extremely blurry, also became clearer, gradually revealing a perfect face. Boom! With the support of Great Emperor Ziwei's authority, the celestial Darch projection's strength increased greatly. It rose from a 9th level of the primordial chaos to the 12th level of the primordial chaos. A powerful aura swept out, pressing toward the 6 chaos demon gods in front. The chaos demon gods were not afraid at all. They also released their aura to fight against the celestial Darch projection. With the support of the will of chaos, the pride of the chaos demon gods returned. Therefore, how could the arrogant them tolerate lowering their heads? Of course, they would face the challenge head-on. Rumble, 2 extremely powerful auras collided with each other, causing space to collapse and all things to vanish into nothingness. And the result was naturally the chaos demon god's defeat. How could a 9th-level Chaos Demon God fight against a 12th-level Chaos Demon God? After a slight contact, the Chaos Demon Gods were forced to retreat several steps. Kill. Feng Zichen and the other three were unforgiving. Seeing that the Chaos Demon Gods were at a disadvantage, they controlled the Celestial Arch projection and charged toward the Chaos Demon Gods. Boom! The Celestial Arch projection raised his hand to form a seal, connecting the Daos of heaven and earth. Time and space were distorted, and a 33-story pagoda surrounded by Taoist light slowly emerged. A top-tier Khanate treasure, the Milo-Ocean Primordial Pagoda. It was not a projection, nor was it a projection. It was the true body. The power of the Celestial Arch projection was so strong that it distorted time and space, capturing the true body of the Milo-Ocean Primordial Pagoda from the future and making it manifest in the present world to suppress and kill powerful enemies. The supreme treasure manifested and floated in the air. Its bottom was aimed at the Chaos Demon Gods, and strands of creation Taoist light swept toward the Chaos Demon Gods, trying to take them into the pagoda. Distorting time and space. What a powerful force. Under this force, even the powerful Chaos Demon Gods could not help but be a little moved. Not daring to underestimate their opponent, the Chaos Demon Gods directly used their strongest technique to attack the creation Taoist light. Splash! 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 The creation Taoist light was like a divine chain of order. With an inexplicable power, it directly ignored the Chaos Demon Gods' supernatural powers and wrapped around their bodies, binding them and pulling them into the pagoda. Chapter 571. Damn it, open for me. The Chaos Demon God was unwilling to give up after being bound by the creation Tao light. He struggled with all his might in an attempt to break free. Unfortunately, although there was only a difference of 3 levels between Chaos Origin Realm Level 9 and Chaos Origin Realm Level 12, the difference in strength was huge. Therefore, no matter how hard the Chaos Demon God struggled, he couldn't break free from the creation Tao light and was gradually pulled into the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda. Refine. The Celestial Emperor's shadow formed a Tao seal, and the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda began to rotate slowly. The creation Tao light turned into raging flames and burned the Chaos Demon God in the pagoda. At the same time, endless and majestic celestial demon phantoms appeared and circled around the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda. They chanted continuously to strengthen the creation Tao fire and increase its power. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda, the Chaos Demon God attacked the walls of the pagoda again and again, trying to break free. In the beginning, the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda shook from their attacks, as if it would break apart at any time. But as time passed, the creation Tao fire burned more vigorously, and the Chaos Demon God gradually showed signs of being refined. His strength weakened bit by bit, and he gradually lost the ability to resist the pagoda's refinement. Huff! 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 Under the refinement of the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda, strands of chaos origin surged out of the Chaos Demon God's body and merged with the pagoda. The Chaos Demon God grew weaker and weaker until he was unable to resist the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda until he was refined to death by the Tao fire. Something's not right. As he watched, Feng Zichen suddenly realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but be surprised. After devouring so many Chaos Demon Gods' origins, the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda's power didn't increase at all. That was the Chaos Demon Gods' origins, a peerless material that could be used to refine Chaos Spirit treasures or Khanate Cardinal treasures. Even if the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda was a top Khanate Cardinal treasure, after devouring so many Chaos Demon Gods' origins, it shouldn't have improved a little. But after half a day, the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda's power didn't increase at all. In that case, where did the origin of the Chaos Demon God that he had devoured go? He couldn't just disappear into thin air. At this moment, a doubt surfaced in Feng Zichen's mind. Let me take a look. Curious, Feng Zichen secretly activated his heavenly Tao God, I, and looked at the boundless heaven primordial pagoda. Today, he had to find out where the origin of the chaos demon god had gone. Whoosh in an instant. The scenery in front of Feng Zichen changed drastically, and countless grotesque scenes flashed before his eyes. These images were of the present, the past, and the future. They were endless and surged toward him, dazzling him for a moment. A purple light flashed, and Feng Zichen found what he wanted to see from these messy images. The whereabouts of the origin of the chaos demonic god. In his eyes, there was a line that didn't seem to exist on the boundless heaven primordial pagoda in front of him, piercing into the depths of the void. The origin of the chaos demon god that had been refined by the Tao fire of creation followed this line and left the boundless heaven primordial pagoda. Looking down along that line, one could see that the end was the deepest part of the heaven realm, the place where the boundless heaven primordial pagoda was born. Good fellow, this boundless heaven primordial pagoda has such high intelligence. At this moment, Feng Zichen couldn't help but praise in his heart. How could he not understand what had happened? In this situation, it was obvious that the boundless heaven primordial pagoda was unwilling to exist in the future forever. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to refine the chaos demon god, to send the origin of the boundless heaven primordial pagoda that was being born in the present world to accelerate his birth. To be honest, this method was very clever. What was the origin of the chaos demon god? It was a treasure that even a saint would be jealous of. The 6 chaos demon gods were the best resources for the boundless heaven primordial pagoda that was being born. There was no need to devour all of them. As long as one of them was devoured, the boundless heaven primordial pagoda would truly be born. Moreover, even if this method was discovered by outsiders, they wouldn't be able to stop it. That was why it was said to be a wonderful method. At this time, the only way to stop the boundless heaven primordial pagoda from sending the origin was to stop refining the chaos demon god. However, it wasn't easy to seize the opportunity to refine the chaos demon god. How could Feng Zichen give it up? Therefore, even if he knew that this would allow Hao Yin to obtain a Khanate cardinal treasure, Feng Zichen couldn't destroy it. In the face of righteousness, Feng Zichen's little calculations were really nothing. Hao Yin is really lucky. Putting away his magic, Feng Zichen couldn't help but sigh at Hao Yin's luck. If it weren't for the appearance of the chaos demon god that interfered with the normal trajectory of the primordial world, Hao Yin wouldn't have had the chance to obtain a top-grade Khanate cardinal treasure like the boundless heaven primordial pagoda. If this treasure was successfully nurtured, perhaps Hao Yin would become the biggest winner in this great calamity. He didn't do much, but he became the biggest winner. This luck was really TSK, TSK, TSK. In the land of origin of the heaven realm, the Khanate cardinal treasure embryo that was being nurtured, the aura of the boundless heaven primordial pagoda, was getting stronger and stronger. Endless runes flickered on its body, interweaving into mysterious Tao patterns. The power of the myriad Tao of heaven and earth rolled over, evolving into all kinds of mysterious Tao artifacts that bombarded it, as if they were carrying out the final polishing. After repeated bombardments, the embryo's figure became more and more perfect. Gradually, the appearance of a tower could be seen. However, accidents often happened inadvertently. Just when Feng Zichen thought that victory was in his hands, the boundless heaven primordial pagoda that was refining the chaos demon god suddenly disappeared. Yes, disappeared. It directly disappeared in front of Feng Zichen and the other 3. There was no sign of it beforehand. Feng Zichen and the other 3 were naturally shocked. Although the chaos demon gods trapped in the pagoda were also surprised by the disappearance of the boundless heaven primordial pagoda, they were even more glad that they had escaped. Let's go. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Feng Zichen and the other 3 were distracted, the 6 chaos demon gods looked at each other and broke through the void as fast as they could, fleeing into the distance. It wasn't that they didn't want to take this opportunity to sneak attack Feng Zichen and the other three, but their condition didn't allow them to. Having been refined by the boundless heaven primordial pagoda for a long time, their strength had long fallen to the bottom. If they really launched a sneak attack, it might not be effective. Instead, they might be trapped in it and miss this hard-won opportunity to escape. Want to leave? Stay. Hao Yin came back to his senses. Seeing that the 6 chaos demon gods wanted to escape, he was about to stop them. Unexpectedly, Feng Zichen suddenly reached out and stopped him. There's no need. We can't stop them. Let them go. Previously, the 6 chaos demon gods didn't intend to escape, so Feng Zichen and the other 3 could work together to stop them. Now, the 6 chaos demon gods were determined to escape, and the 4 of them couldn't stop them at all. Since that was the case, why waste energy to stop them? I didn't expect that there would be a time when the chaos demon gods would abandon battle and flee. After a few sarcastic words, Hao Yin also gave up on the idea of attacking. Brother, there's still many things you can't think of. Just like the boundless heaven primordial pagoda. Who would have thought that it had a time limit? Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen said. When they were stunned just now, the 4 of them had already thought of the reason why the boundless heaven primordial pagoda disappeared. Time was up. After all, the boundless heaven primordial pagoda came from the future and couldn't exist in the present for a long time. There were all kinds of restrictions. When the time was up, it naturally had to return to the future. Of course, this was also related to the power of the Celestial Emperor's phantom, which was only at the 12th level of the primordial chaos. If it was the complete authority of the Celestial Emperor, its power would be infinitely close to the heavenly Tao. It could allow the boundless heaven primordial pagoda to exist in the present for a long time. Yes, I really didn't expect it. It's a pity. Hearing this, Hao Yin said with some regret. It was unknown if it was a pity that he didn't kill the Chaos Demon God, or a pity that because of the Chaos Demon God's escape, the boundless heaven primordial pagoda wasn't completed. Without the Chaos Demon God, the origin was naturally gone. The speed of the boundless heaven primordial pagoda's incubation also returned to its normal level. Feng Zichen looked at Hao Yin with some amusement and didn't say anything. As the Celestial Emperor in name, although Hao Yin's authority wasn't complete, he still had a righteous cause. Therefore, he must have some kind of connection with the boundless heaven primordial pagoda. In other words, Hao Yin definitely saw the changes in the boundless heaven primordial pagoda just now, but he didn't show it on his face. It had to be said that Hao Yin's thoughts were also deep. However, after this incident, although the boundless heaven primordial pagoda hadn't been completely incubated, the momentum of its birth could no longer be stopped. In the next few catastrophes, as long as the heaven realm didn't shatter again, this treasure would definitely be born. Compared to now, it was just a little late. But Hao Yin could wait. To him, the most meaningless thing was time. Of course, Feng Zichen wouldn't just watch this top-grade innate treasure that symbolized the identity of the Celestial Emperor fall into Hao Yin's hands. He would definitely think of a way to interfere. Who would complain about having too many treasures in their hands? Moreover, even if he couldn't get it, he couldn't let others get it. Only in this way could he ensure his interests to the greatest extent. As for how he was going to interfere, then there was no hurry, because the opportunity would come soon. If Feng Zichen remembered correctly, it wouldn't be long before Hao Yin would encounter a death calamity. A death calamity caused by the position of Celestial Emperor. Hao Yin was able to become Celestial Emperor not because of his own efforts, but because of the Tao Ancestor's recommendation. In other words, to the primordial world, he didn't do anything. To the countless living beings, he didn't give the slightest favor. Without merit or virtue, how could Hao Yin become Celestial Emperor? As the saying goes, if one's virtue didn't match the position, there would definitely be a strange disaster. Hao Yin's death calamity came because of this. The merit on his body was not enough for him to become Celestial Emperor. Although with the protection of the Tao Ancestor, even if Hao Yin encountered a death calamity, he would not really die. However, The Tao ancestor could not create merit for him out of thin air. Without enough merit, as long as Hao Yin was still Celestial Emperor, this death calamity would not disappear and would always follow him. Therefore, after the death calamity, Hao Yin would begin his reincarnation journey to accumulate merit. When Hao Yin returned, at that time, his title would become Hao Yin's Golden Tower Supreme, Jade Emperor, the great heavenly venerable of forgiveness, the high god of the heavens, which was the Jade Emperor of the later generations. However, this was something that would happen many years later. During Hao Yin's tribulation, the heavenly court was without a master. This was Feng Zichen's opportunity. The opportunity to get his hands on the primeval pagoda of Meiluo heaven. At this moment, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin both had smiles on their faces. It was very meaningful. The Chaos Demon God had retreated, and the four of them did not need to maintain the Celestial Emperor's phantom anymore, so they dispersed it. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, what magic treasure were you refining just now? Why did you cause such a big commotion? At this moment, Hao Yin thought of what had happened just now and asked Feng Zichen. Nothing. I was just studying the structure of the innate ferocious beasts. I wanted to use this to explore the secrets of the Chaos Demon God. Who knew that I would trigger the backup plan that the Chaos Demon God left on the innate ferocious beasts, which led to the accident? Feng Zichen laughed and explained to Hao Yin. Was he on good terms with Hao Yin? Why did he explain the blood altar to him? If this treasure was completed, it could be used as a trump card. It was most suitable to be used to trick people, but it could not be easily known to outsiders. I see. Hao Yin laughed dryly and said, of course, he didn't believe it. He was not a fool. If it was really a backup plan left behind by the Chaos Demon God, how could the 6 Chaos Demon Gods not recognize it? However, they were as confused as he was and did not know its origin. From this, it could be seen that this had nothing to do with the Chaos Demon God. However, Feng Zichen did not say anything. Hao Yin had no choice. He could not force Feng Zichen to say it, not to mention that this would cause the two of them to become enemies. Even if they really fought, he might not be a match for Feng Zichen. The boundless starry sky was really too powerful. Fellow Taoist and fellow Taoists, this matter is over. I should go back and guard the Tree of World. Then I'll take my leave here. With the blood altar in his heart, Feng Zichen was not in the mood to chat with Hao Yin here. He casually found an excuse and left. After that, apart from Gao Chen, Hao Yin and Lu Ai's also left. Now that the demon sect had suffered heavy losses, it was the best time to attack them. He could not miss it. As for Gao Chen, of course, he had to stay here and help Fushi kill the innate ferocious beast. I have to find someone to test the effect of the blood altar. Under the Tree of World, Feng Zichen looked at the blood altar floating in the air and thought silently. No matter what the problem was with the blood altar, he only needed to find someone to test it. It was impossible for him to guess the reason by himself. But who should I test it on? For a moment, Feng Zichen was a little troubled. Chapter 572. First of all, those who had a good relationship with Feng Zichen definitely could not be tested. One could tell that the ominous aura was extremely dangerous at a glance. If it was tainted, there might be some problems. Therefore, it was best for this test subject to have a grudge against Feng Zichen. In this way, even if something went wrong, he would not feel heartache. It's you. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen had a goal. Then, he released his mind and crossed layers of void to arrive at the depths of the canyon, where the 12 divine beings' murderous array was. There, the 4 emissaries of the demon sect had been defeated by the projections of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. Their bodies and primordial spirits had been destroyed, leaving only a connate, indestructible, true spirit. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be long before they completely perished. How tragic! Looking at the miserable appearance of the 4 demons, Feng Zichen first shook his head. Then, he stretched out his right arm and gently stroked below. An invisible force suddenly descended and scattered the connate true spirits of the 4 demons. At this point, the pillars of the demon sect the 4 emissaries had all perished. Roar! 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 After the 4 demons perished, the 12 divine flags could not wait to tremble. They emitted a sparkling divine light and devoured the flesh and origin left behind by the 4 demons. The flesh and blood of all living beings could create an altar and also nourish the 12 divine flags. If Feng Zichen hardened his heart and let the 12 divine flags devour all living beings in the primordial world, he could promote the 12 divine flags to a connate cardinal treasure. Moreover, the 12 ancestral sorcerers could also be revived. This was the greatest function of the 12 divine flags. As long as it could be promoted to a connate cardinal treasure, it could revive the corresponding ancestral sorcerers. Once they returned, they would have the realm of primordial chaos and would not have any period of weakness. In other words, although the 12 ancestral sorcerers had perished, the 12 divine flags were still cultivating on their behalf, silently accumulating strength for them. It would not cause them to fall behind the times because they had been dead for too long. Of course, this method only looked feasible, but in fact, it was not feasible at all. Feng Zichen was not a heartbroken person. Naturally, he would not do such a thing. What was more, the 12 ancestors of sorcery had died to protect the untainted land. If their descendants slaughtered the common people in order to resurrect them, what was the meaning of their sacrifice? Buzz, buzz, buzz. After devouring the 4 devils, the spiritual light on the 12 divine banner sword, it was not far from becoming a supreme-grade, primordial spiritual treasure. Connate numinous treasures were easy to create, but connate cardinal treasures were difficult to create. Spiritual treasure and supreme treasure. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was too difficult to upgrade them. At the very least, there was still a long way to go before the 12 capital God banner could be upgraded to a connate cardinal treasure. It's you. Feng Zichen grabbed a wisp of essence from a capital heaven divine banner and returned his consciousness to the Tree of World. The owner of this essence chi was one of the 4 devils. As for who it was, Feng Zichen wasn't too sure, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it was all for the sake of experimentation. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, in the end, he would be obliterated. If he succeeded, Feng Zichen could kill him with a flip of his hand. If he failed, he reckoned that the ominous aura that made one's heart palpitate would not end well for him. Go. After placing the devil's essence chi at the core of the blood altar, Feng Zichen began to activate the blood altar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wisps of demonic blood light blossomed from the blood altar and dyed the heavens and the earth blood red. At the same time, a thin mist silently descended and shrouded the place, giving off an ominous aura. Then, an inexplicable song sounded in the strange mist. It sounded like the prayer of the living, the murmur of the dead, and also the sound of Tao. It was mysterious and unfathomable. The spirit's summoning song. The spirit's summoning song. Although it was the first time he had heard this song, Feng Zichen inexplicably knew its origin and function. This song had the ability to gather the spirit's summoning song. Its sound was the prelude to resurrecting the dead. Boom! The blood light on the blood altar became even more dazzling, as if it was burning and turning into a blood-like flame. Affected by this, the spirit's summoning song became even more majestic. Unlike the dazzling blood light, the blood altar's body became dimmer as the blood flame burned. The blood crystal-like color gradually lost its luster and turned into an ordinary stone. This change meant that the power of the connate ferocious beast's flesh and blood that formed the blood altar was rapidly depleting. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rain of blood fell. It was accompanied by the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. This made the place even more demonic. Amidst these changes, the core of the blood altar, where the devil's essence chi was undergoing a miraculous change. Specks of light came from all directions and gathered towards this wisp of essence chi. Gradually, a mark appeared on this wisp of essence chi. This was the spirit's summoning imprint. It was the foundation of all living beings. It was also the proof of existence. The appearance of the spirit summoning imprint meant that the resurrection had begun. As the spirit summoning imprint condensed, more and more spirit summoning fragments surged over and gradually formed a complete, connate, indestructible, true spirit. With one more step, its intelligence would be restored, and the devil would be completely returned. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's astonished gaze, the Tao of heaven and earth descended and blasted towards the blood altar in an attempt to destroy it and the devil's true spirit that was about to be revived. Is this the backlash of heaven and earth? I can't let you destroy the blood altar like this. Million sword illustration go. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen waved his hand and summoned the million sword illustration to protect the blood altar. Resurrection from the dead was a heaven-defying act. At the moment when it was about to succeed, a great tribulation would naturally descend to destroy everything. Of course, according to Feng Zichen's original plan, he would give some benefits to heaven and earth while reviving the dead. This would achieve a win-win situation and offset the tribulation. However, Feng Zichen did not give any benefits to heaven and earth in order to test the problem of the blood altar. Naturally, he would not receive any special care. The tribulation would come as it should. This was the reason for the current scene. Rumble. The mighty power of heaven and earth descended and crushed everything, sending the million sword illustration flying. Zhouxing illustration. Seeing that the situation was not good, Feng Zichen hurriedly summoned the Zhouxing illustration and transformed it into a vast starry sky. He used the boundless starry sky to resist the power of heaven and earth and continued to protect the blood altar. Fortunately, in order to resist the chaos demon god, heaven and earth have transferred most of the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, this attack alone would be enough to seriously injure me. After blocking the power of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen let out a long breath. This was the advantage of the absence of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the moment he saw the power of heaven and earth descend, he would have abandoned the blood altar and fled, not to mention resisting. Hold on for a while longer. I will be able to see the effect of the ominous aura soon. While resisting the attack of the power of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen looked towards the depths of the blood altar. There, after receiving Feng Zichen's protection, the demon god had begun to revive. At the same time, the ominous aura that Feng Zichen was afraid of also moved and pounced towards the demon. The demon that had just been revived did not have time to look at his surroundings before he was enveloped by the ominous aura. He could not help but let out a shrill scream. That scream was so miserable that it was really moving. Poison. Poison a path. Poison a path. Seeing the miserable appearance of the demon, Feng Zichen finally understood the origin of the ominous aura. He could not help but change his expression. That was poison. Poison that was born in the path. Therefore, it was called the poison of path. It only had one function, and that was to corrode all paths and turn one's path into nothing. Amidst the shrill screams of the demon, soon his path was completely corroded by the poison of path and returned to silence. Dead. The demon had only been revived for a few breaths before he fell to the poison of path. He had just seen hope, but he experienced despair. It was really tragic to the extreme. Withdraw. Since the test subject was dead, Feng Zichen did not need to protect the blood altar anymore. He withdrew the Zhouxing painting and let it be destroyed by the power of heaven and earth. Poison of path. Interesting. The blood altar is done. Recalling everything that had just happened, Feng Zichen gradually smiled. Although the poison of path was powerful and difficult to remove once it was touched, the poison of path on the blood altar was not unsolvable. Although the demon did not live for long, Feng Zichen discovered that as his path decayed, the poison of path became less and less. This meant that the poison of path on the blood altar was a consumable. As long as there was enough power to replace the path, the safety of the revived person could be guaranteed. Moreover, it might not be so troublesome. Hongmeng Daozhong was mysterious and unfathomable. It might be able to deal with the poison of path. If he could collect it, he would have another great killing weapon in the future. With that in mind, Feng Zichen stepped out and came to the canyon again. The blood altar had been destroyed by the power of heaven and earth. He needed to refine another one. But fortunately, everything was difficult at the beginning. With the first result, refining the blood altar would not be so troublesome. Moreover, as time passed, more and more innate ferocious beasts died in the canyon. There would be no shortage of materials that Feng Zichen needed to refine the blood altar. Coming to the galaxy of universal light array again. Feng Zichen activated the array and operated the galaxy of universal light. He wrapped the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts in the array and performed the great void teleportation. Whoosh, in an instant the void rotated. Everything in front of him blurred. When Feng Zichen's vision returned to normal, he had already arrived in the boundless starry sky. This was his territory that truly belonged to him. This time, Feng Zichen had enough confidence to refine the blood altar. He did not need to worry like last time. He could refine the complete version of the blood altar. Therefore, he returned to the boundless starry sky to baptize the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts. As mentioned before, in order to prevent the innate ferocious beasts from dying, their flesh and blood would scatter into heaven and earth to strengthen the origin of the untainted land. The demon god of chaos had done something to the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts, making them closely connected with the chaotic evil spirit and turning them into first-class dangerous things. It also made the untainted land unable to absorb them. Feng Zichen moved the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts to the boundless starry sky. He wanted to use the power of Pangu to purify and baptize the flesh and blood, making it suitable for the untainted land to absorb the power. After all, in the later stage of the blood altar, the most important thing was the sacrifice to heaven and earth. The innate ferocious beasts contaminated with the chaotic evil spirit were not acceptable. They had to be purified innate ferocious beasts. Boundless starry sky combine. After placing the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen returned to the Emperor's star. Then, he let go of his mind and gradually merged with the will of the boundless starry sky. This was something that Di Jun could not do. In the entire untainted land, only Feng Zichen could do it. This was the benefit he got from splitting the boundless starry sky. The current boundless starry sky was created by Feng Zichen, so he naturally had absolute control over it. Even if Di Jun was reborn, he would not be able to break away from the rule of the boundless starry sky. In the untainted land, there are not many places that were like the boundless starry sky. For example, there were only a few places like the Heaven Realm, the Netherworld Realm, and the Ultimate Ruins. And the rulers of these areas could only borrow the will of the land they ruled, not merge with it. In this way, they could not exert the full power of the original will. But Feng Zichen was different. He was the will of the boundless starry sky, and the will of the boundless starry sky was him. He could perfectly exert the power of the boundless starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, he could even shout out the words, "As long as the boundless starry sky is not destroyed, the great emperor of Ziwei will not die." If the boundless starry sky was completely restored, Feng Zichen would even dare to say, standing in the boundless starry sky, even if Dao Ancestor Hongjun came in person, he would still dare to fight. This was the blessing that the boundless starry sky brought to Feng Zichen, making him almost invincible. When Feng Zichen's mind completely merged with the will of the boundless starry sky, he seemed to have transformed into the boundless starry sky, reflecting everything in this place in his eyes. The first thing he saw was the majestic figure standing in the boundless starry sky, God Pangu. Speaking of which, although God Pangu was condensed by Feng Zichen using an array formation, over the years, the divine power on his body had become stronger. Although it had not reached the level of facing Pangu directly, it was gradually catching up to Mount Buzhou. Of course, Zhouxing had recovered some of his strength. But more importantly, it was because in the center of the boundless starry sky, directly below Ziwei, was the mountain of Mount Buzhou. Back then, when Mount Buzhou broke, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity to directly pull the broken mountain into the boundless starry sky to suppress Zhouxing. One had to admit that this move was really wonderful. Ever since the mountain of Mount Buzhou came to the boundless starry sky, it was baptized by the power of the stars day and night, as well as the nourishment of God Pangu. It gradually merged with the boundless starry sky. It would not be long before a divine mountain appeared in the boundless starry sky, a small Mount Buzhou. With the suppression of this divine mountain, the boundless starry sky would undoubtedly be more stable. In the future, it would be difficult to destroy the boundless starry sky. Moreover, the benefits of the fusion of Mount Buzhou and the boundless starry sky were not limited to this. Chapter 573. It should be known that with the cultivation of God Pangu, the origin of the boundless starry sky would become more and more powerful. And Mount Buzhou, which was integrated with it, would also benefit from it, and its origin would gradually deepen. Perhaps, one day in the future, with the increasing strength of the boundless starry sky, the broken section of Mount Buzhou would fully grow and reappear the unparalleled glory of Mount Buzhou that stood between heaven and earth, suppressing the past, present, and future. What was invincibility? This was invincibility. If one day, the complete divine mountain Buzhou reappeared in the boundless starry sky, then the boundless starry sky would become truly unbreakable. At the same time, Feng Zichen would also obtain the greatest capital to suppress the untainted land. After all, it was Mount Buzhou that had suppressed the untainted land for eternity. In this vast untainted land, who could contend with the mighty power of Mount Buzhou? In a daze, Feng Zichen's thoughts gradually left his body and came to the body of God Pangu, taking over everything. Powerful, unparalleled power. This was the most obvious feeling Feng Zichen had after taking over the body of God Pangu. In that breath, a majestic power surged in his body as if it could erupt at any time and destroy everything. In particular, Feng Zichen knew that this was not an illusion. The power of the Pangu, celestial being, was indeed capable of this. This was even more exciting. The power of God Pangu was formed by the power of the boundless starry sky, the power of Mount Buzhou, and the power of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. Once it erupted, it was comparable to an expert at the 7th level of the primordial chaos realm. In addition, the one who controlled this power was God Pangu, which was even more terrifying. Even an expert at the 9th level of the primordial chaos realm could fight with him. In the untainted land, besides the Tao ancestor and the devil ancestor, who could match such power? Anyway, Feng Zichen's current power was not worth mentioning in front of God Pangu. Phew, taking a deep breath, large amounts of primal chaos energy surged from the great primal chaos and was sucked into the Pangu god's stomach. After that, it completed a great cycle in the body and was refined into strands of origin energy to repair the Zhouxing. In the boundless starry sky, just like that, he grew stronger day after day. Rise! After calming himself down, Feng Zichen controlled the Pangu celestial being to sit down cross-legged. Then, he waved his hands and formed a mysterious seal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, Zhouxing and billions of stars lit up one after another, scattering bits of starlight. Refined. When all the stars lit up, Feng Zichen suddenly opened his eyes. Using the starlight as a guide, he condensed a furnace in the void, the star Tao furnace. Looking at its appearance, it was somewhat similar to the Great Tao furnace, but it was the Zhouxing version of the Great Tao furnace. Replacing the Great Tao runes that formed the Great Tao furnace with Star Tao runes, it became the huge furnace in front of Feng Zichen. Boom! As soon as the Star Tao furnace appeared, it shook violently. Then it faced down and sucked in the flesh of the connate fierce beast in the starry sky. Swish! A terrifying suction force was released from the mouth of the furnace. In the blink of an eye, all the connate fierce beast flesh was sucked in. Then, the star Tao furnace slowly returned to normal. Boom! 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 Next, billions of starlight gathered and turned into a raging flame, burning fiercely under the star Tao furnace. In the flames, the star Tao furnace slowly rotated. An invisible force spread and began to refine the connate fierce beast flesh. Sizzle! Under the refinement of the star Tao furnace, strands of chaos origin energy entwined with chaotic evil chi rose from the mouth of the furnace and floated toward the boundless starry sky. Wherever it passed, the void emitted a sizzling sound and gradually turned into nothingness. The laws wailed incessantly as they slowly dissipated. The power of chaotic evil chi could be seen from this. It was also at this time that Feng Zichen controlled the god Pangu and slowly operated the three enclosures Tao scripture. Swish! The starlight was like flowing water, slowly operating according to the trajectory of Zhoxing. If someone could see the god Pangu, then from the great chaos outside, they would be able to see the process of the starlight flowing. It was just like a cultivator cultivating. Spiritual energy slowly flowed in the meridians. It was truly mysterious and wonderful. And the chaos origin energy entwined with chaotic evil chi that gushed out from the star Tao furnace was also wrapped in the starlight and began to flow in the meridians of the god Pangu. A large cycle passed. 2 great circulations passed. 3 major circulations passed. As the large cycles passed, the chaotic evil chi and the chaos origin energy gradually separated. The former was still operating with the starlight, while the latter was slowly being refined and precipitated in the dantian of the god Pangu. Time was like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. On this day, the fiercely burning star fire shook for a moment and suddenly extinguished. Immediately after, the figure of the stellar Tao furnace that stood in the starry sky shook, then turned into specks of light that filled the sky and disappeared. It was the flesh and blood of the innate fierce beast that had been completely refined. The starfire and the star Tao furnace had completed their mission. Naturally, there was no reason for them to continue to exist. Withdrawing his mind, Feng Zichen's intelligence returned to his physical body. During this period, the huge gap between the power of the god Pangu and his own strength brought about a sense of disparity. It took Feng Zichen a while to adapt to it. Myself, when can I be as powerful as the god Pangu's father? After secretly sighing with emotion, Feng Zichen suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his heart and looked at his right hand at a long black sword. This was an extremely dangerous sword. It was completely black, as if it could swallow all the light, as if it was the source of darkness. What was more terrifying was the aura that it emitted. It was an aura that could corrode everything. Even the great Tao was not spared. Chaotic evil chi. Yes, the origin of this sword was the chaotic evil chi that had been refined by the god Pangu. And it was the highest quality chaotic evil chi. It came from the body of a peak chaos demon god, and its power was beyond imagination. Even the Du Tian divine evil chi in Feng Zichen's body was far from being comparable to it. Of course, this was not to say that the Du Tian divine evil chi was not good enough, but that Feng Zichen was not good enough. In terms of quality, the Du Tian divine evil chi was the most powerful chaotic evil chi. There was no one else in the chaos that was more powerful than it. However, Feng Zichen's realm was too low. Compared to the chaos demon god at his peak, the gap was too big. It was like the gap between an ordinary immortal and a high and mighty sage. Therefore, in front of such a huge gap, no matter how high the quality of the Du Tian divine evil chi was, it could not be compared with the chaotic evil chi of a peak chaos demon god. Pangu was more likely to be the case. What a ferocious sword! With the divine sword in front of him, even Feng Zichen, the primitive sword ancestor, did not dare to reach out and touch this sword directly. He really did not dare to. It was really too fierce. With just a glance, Feng Zichen felt his heart skip a beat. If he really touched this fierce sword, Feng Zichen had no doubt that under the backlash of the chaotic evil qi, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Feng Zichen had seen a lot of chaotic evil qi, but they were all the remaining chaotic evil qi after the death of the Chaos Demon God. Their power had long been weakened and could not threaten him. However, it was the first time that Feng Zichen had seen the chaotic evil qi of a peak Chaos Demon God like this. It really shocked him to the extreme. At the same time, it also made him yearn for that Chaos Demon God. Just a wisp of chaotic evil qi from his body was enough to seriously injure him and even make him think of dying. If the original body of this Chaos Demon God appeared in front of him in person, how shocking would it be? He might not be able to kill him with just a thought. That realm, how great it was, how incredible it was. For Feng Zichen, although he yearned for Panga's realm, that realm was too ethereal after all. It was not something that he could reach now. On the contrary, the realm when the Chaos Demon God was at the peak was what he should be pursuing now. When he reached the realm of the Chaos Demon God, it would be the time to reach the realm of Pangu. It was better to eat one mouthful at a time. Merge! With a slight thought, Feng Zichen merged with the god of Pangu again. This time, when he looked at the long sword condensed by the chaotic evil qi again, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity in his heart. There was no fear like before. Although this sword was refined by the god of Pangu, with Feng Zichen's current strength, he could not resist the corrosion of the chaotic evil qi at all. Therefore, he could not control this ferocious sword. However, the god of Pangu was different. His strength was much stronger than Feng Zichen's. Even the chaotic evil qi was refined by him. Naturally, he could control this ferocious sword like an arm. Qi. At this time, Feng Zichen's heart moved. He controlled this ferocious sword and drew a sword flower in the starry sky. Following that, the space where the flower of swords was located disappeared without a trace. It turned into a state of nothingness, and nothing existed at all. Amazing. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little excited. Then, he controlled the ferocious sword and practiced swordsmanship. Swish, swish, swish. The pitch-black sword light was extremely cold, emitting a bone-chilling cold light. It flickered in the starry sky like ghosts, destroying everything around it. In the excitement of the dance, Feng Zichen was no longer limited to the swordsmanship. He simply turned the ferocious sword back into the chaotic evil qi and practiced hundreds of weapons, displaying all kinds of mysterious magic. However, although the magic weapons were different, they had one thing in common, and that was their power was beyond imagination. Keep. After the excitement, Feng Zichen waved his hand and put away the chaotic evil qi. This was a great killing weapon, and he had to keep it well. Even he did not dare to let it get close to him. One could imagine its power. Even if the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian got close to it, he might die if he was not careful. In fact, even if a sage got close to it, he would probably be seriously injured, and it would be the kind that the heavenly path could not cure. The reason why Feng Zichen brought the flesh of the innate stage ferocious beast to the boundless starry sky to refine was that the heaven and earth could not purify the chaotic evil qi in it. The power of the heavenly path came from the same source as the heaven and earth. Even the heaven and earth could not purify the power. There was a high probability that the heavenly path could not solve it. This meant that with the chaotic evil qi, Feng Zichen had an effective way to deal with the sage. In the future, he could find an opportunity. He could test the power of the chaotic evil qi on the two sages Yuandi. At this moment, Feng Zichen thought silently. After putting away the chaotic evil qi, Feng Zichen got busy with business, refining the blood altar. Come. Feng Zichen looked down at the boundless starry sky and gently hooked his finger. The chaotic origin qi that had settled in the dantian of the god Pangu quickly surged toward him. It didn't take long for Feng Zichen to be wrapped in a gray airflow. And these gray airflows were one of the most noble treasures in the world, the chaotic origin chi of all things. If the chaotic origin chi in front of Feng Zichen was used to refine weapons, it would be enough for him to refine a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure. There might even be some leftover. However, Feng Zichen used such precious treasures to refine the blood altar to revive the dead. Maybe it was not enough. It had to be said that the price to pay for reviving the dead was not small. Refine. Feng Zichen formed a seal with both hands and began to refine the blood altar again. Suddenly, countless runes flew out and gradually formed the shadow of a 9-level altar in front of him. At the same time, the chaotic origin chi swarmed toward the 9-level altar. At this point, the surrounding chaotic origin chi began to decrease slowly. But Feng Zichen did not care about this. Compared to the blood altar's heaven-defying ability, a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure was really nothing. With the experience of the previous success, the refining of the blood altar this time went smoothly. It didn't take much effort. Not long after, a huge 9-level altar made of blood crystal and surrounded by an ominous aura appeared in front of Feng Zichen. To be honest, if not for the ominous aura, the blood altar's appearance would be really good. It would be unusually beautiful. But because of the ominous aura, the overall beauty of the blood altar was destroyed, and it made it look unusually strange. At first glance, one could tell that it was not a good thing. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this. Go. Looking at the blood altar, Feng Zichen first muttered to himself. Then, he took out the demon essence he had obtained from the 12 divine banner and inserted it into the core of the blood altar. Blood mist spread out, indicating that the blood altar had begun to be activated. *yin hashtag at an ancient and mysterious spirit summoning melody sounded and echoed in Feng Zichen's ears. Under this mysterious melody, the power of the blood altar was rapidly depleted. At the same time, spots of light appeared from the void and gathered toward the demon essence at the core of the blood altar. Just like the previous time, the true spirit imprint in the demon essence condensed again, and then a complete, innate, indestructible true spirit was born. Thus, the most crucial step of the revival process had arrived. That was the awakening of spiritual intelligence. Chapter 574. Only by awakening its intelligence could it be considered a true resurrection. Not long after, a ray of light that represented wisdom appeared in the eyes of the demon, indicating that the demon had been resurrected. At this moment, the myriad Tao of heaven and earth suddenly trembled. An unparalleled power descended and pressed down on the demon on the blood altar. At the same time, the ominous aura was also trembling, turning into the poison of the great Tao and surging towards the demon. At this moment, it was as if the previous scene was replaying itself. But unlike the last time, this time, Feng Zichen was already prepared. Seeing that the mighty power of heaven and earth was about to descend, Feng Zichen suddenly formed a seal with both hands and made a sacrificial gesture. He sacrificed the chaos origin aura that filled his surroundings to heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei, Pangu, Ziwei clan, hereby announced to the primordial world, "Today, I am willing to sacrifice the chaos origin aura in exchange for the return of the dead. May heaven and earth agree." Just as Feng Zichen was chanting the prayer, the chaos origin aura around him was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that it was being absorbed by heaven and earth. Phew, seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. He was not afraid that he would absorb it, but he was afraid that he would not want it. As long as heaven and earth absorbed it, it meant that heaven and earth had accepted his bribe and allowed the dead to recover. As expected, as the chaos origin aura decreased, the mighty power of heaven and earth that was pressing down no longer moved forward. Moreover, its power was slowly fading away. Hongmeng Daozhong suppress. After solving the problem of the backlash of heaven and earth, the next step was to remove the poison of the great Tao. Normally speaking, Feng Zichen should have used enough innate origin to consume the poison of the great Tao in exchange for the safe return of the dead. But because of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen felt that he could try another method. That was to forcefully suppress the poison of the great Tao. Hongmeng's qi was the initial power, the beginning of Tai, and the manifestation of it. Therefore, in this world, anything that existed, it was all within his tolerance. Even the poison of the great Tao was no exception. In other words, Hongmeng's qi was the bane of everything. At the same level, no power could defeat the qi of Hongmeng. Although the poison of the Great Path was powerful, it was obviously not as powerful as Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, it was destined to be countered by Hongmeng Daozhong and not be its opponent. Dang, 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 dang. The Dao bell rang softly. Strands of Hongmeng qi hung down. The instant the poison of the great Tao was about to make contact with the demon, it completely wrapped around it, suppressed it, and forcefully pulled it into the bell. Ha! I'm back. Fushi, North Star Celestial Monarch, I will definitely repay you 100-fold for killing me. Just you wait. At this moment, the demon finally realized what was going on and shouted, "What are you doing?" In fact, it was not his fault, because he really did not know what had just happened. With Feng Zichen's current level, he was able to ignore time. Therefore, although everything that had happened earlier seemed to have taken a long time, it had actually happened in a still space-time. It was not until everything was over that time began to flow again. It was also at this moment that the demon knew that he had been resurrected. As for why he was resurrected and what happened during his resurrection, he did not know anything. He did not have the time to think. Because the joy of being reborn had already filled his heart, he did not have the time to think about these reasons. This also led to the scene in front of him. Ignorant and boring. Hearing the demon's happy voice, Feng Zichen only smiled faintly. Then, he heard a bell ring. Dang! The demon directly exploded, turning into Hongmeng qi that filled the sky and was absorbed by Hongmeng Daozhong. Until he died, he did not realize what had happened. Here, but the boundless starry sky was Feng Zichen's base camp. Here, even saints were no match for Feng Zichen. When facing him, they had to be careful. Killing a half-step primordial chaos realm demon was too easy. He could kill it with a flick of his finger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand. Hongmeng Daozhong spun and flew over from afar, falling into his hand. Is this the poison of the Great Path? Holding Hongmeng Daozhong in his hand, Feng Zichen shook it gently. A small piece of grayish-black crystal fell from his body into Feng Zichen's hand. It was the poison of the Great Path that made people tremble in fear. However, this terrifying poison of the Great Path was now wrapped in Hongmeng qi, completely isolating him from the outside world. The ability to corrode all the Great Path could not be used at all. This thing is good. Unfortunately, it's useless against primordial chaos. After looking at the poison of the Great Path in his hand for a moment, Feng Zichen put it away with disinterest. The level of this poison of the Great Path was still a little low. It had not reached the level of primordial chaos. Although the power was not bad, it was only for those below primordial chaos. However, the effect was not so good for those who had reached the primordial chaos realm. It could cause some trouble for them, but it was far from fatal. However, existences below the primordial chaos realm would definitely die if they encountered this poison. However, this item was useless against Feng Zichen. His current opponents were all existences at the primordial chaos realm. This poison had no effect at all, and those below the primordial chaos realm were no match for him at all, so there was no need for this poison. For Feng Zichen, this item was of little value. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. The blood altar has really succeeded. At this moment, Feng Zichen finally focused his attention on the blood altar. At this moment, the blood altar had exhausted all its strength after reviving the demon. Its entire body was dim and covered in cracks. It had completely lost its charm. It was like an ordinary stone that could shatter at any time. Of course, This did not mean that the blood altar was really destroyed. It was just that its strength was exhausted. After that, as long as it poured its strength again, the blood altar could return to normal. However, in the future, the only one who could use this blood altar was that demon. As a heaven-defying item, the blood altar naturally had all kinds of restrictions. Once it recognized a master, it could only revive its master and could not be used by others. A blood altar only recognized one master in its life. Therefore, in the end, this blood altar would also be destroyed. Otherwise, would it be left to revive that demon? But even so, Feng Zichen still looked at the blood altar with joy in his eyes. The revival of the demon, just now, meant that he had succeeded. This heaven-defying divine item that only existed in novels in his previous life had been materialized in the primordial world by him. This was an incredible achievement. Especially with the blood altar, Feng Zichen could use this item to revive some old friends and let them walk in the primordial world again. Moreover, the blood altar was also equivalent to a kind of foundation. It could revive the experts of the clan at any time. This meant that, in the battle with foreign clans, the human clan had more maneuverability. However, the blood altar still had some shortcomings. That was, the price to revive a person was too great. According to Feng Zichen's estimation, the price to revive a person on the blood altar was 4 times that of that person's origin. This was the result of Feng Zichen using the Hongmeng Daozhong to suppress the poison of the Great Path. If he followed the normal method and used the innate origin to offset the poison of the Great Path, the price would be more than 5 times. In other words, if he wanted to revive a Daluo Jinxian, the price he had to pay was 5 Daluo Jinxian of the same level. And of these 5 times, at least 2 times were dedicated to the heavens and earth. It had to be said that the heavens and earth were really dark. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zichen destroyed the broken blood altar and teleported back to the canyon. At this time, it had been thousands of years since Feng Zichen set up a trap to kill the innate ferocious beasts. During this period, countless innate ferocious beasts rushed over and were killed by the formation in the canyon and the Fushi hiding in the dark. No matter how many innate ferocious beasts there were in the untainted land, they should have been killed after nearly 1,000 years. At the very least, most of the innate ferocious beasts above the level of Daluo Jinxian should have been killed. After all, no matter how big the untainted land was, thousands of years was enough for Daluo Jinxian to rush over. As for those who didn't come, they were probably not affected by the demon god flag. After that, they wouldn't come. However, this didn't matter. After all, those who didn't come were in the minority. As long as most of the innate ferocious beasts were killed, the remaining innate ferocious beasts were nothing to worry about. Standing at the top of the canyon and looking down, one could see that the innate ferocious beasts were no longer rushing over in groups like before. They were also sporadic, and one didn't come over for a long time. It could be seen that, in the untainted land, there weren't many innate ferocious beasts still alive. Even if there were remaining, most of them were below the level of Daluo Jinxian. They couldn't make any waves and were completely nothing to worry about. At this point, half of the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts had been quelled. Next, as long as their influence on the untainted land was erased, the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts would be completely quelled. For example, now, the murderous aura all over the untainted land. After the death of the innate ferocious beasts, the land that had been eroded by them needed to be treated. And the source of the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts, the origin of chaos that had flown over from the great chaos outside the realm, also needed to be purified. Otherwise, the spirit veins and earth chi in the untainted land would continue to be polluted by it to produce an endless stream of murderous aura and new innate ferocious beasts. If these were not resolved, the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts would not be quelled and could erupt again at any time. Moreover, the most worrying thing was the origin of chaos that had disappeared since it came to the untainted land. It was the biggest threat to the untainted land. if it was allowed to continue to erode the spirit veins and earth chi of the untainted land. Then, one day, the spirit energy of the untainted land would be tainted with innate murderous aura, making it impossible for cultivators to absorb it. This would be a huge blow to the untainted land. When that time came, the demonic path, it would really become the only choice for all living beings. Polluting the spirit veins and earth chi of the untainted land so that the cultivators of the untainted land could not cultivate and could not change to the demonic path. This was the true goal of the Chaos Fiend God. The innate ferocious beasts and the Chaos Fiend God were all pretenses. It was just to cover up the deepest hidden scheme. This principle was also the same when Feng Zichen and the others were traveling through the untainted land. Seeing that the murderous aura in the untainted land was getting denser and denser, and that the spiritual energy was getting scarcer, countless cultivators were fighting over some cultivation resources, they suddenly realized. After understanding this, they naturally had to stop this scene from happening. At this point, everyone had the same interests. After all, what they cultivated was innate chi, not murderous aura. And the actions of the Chaos Fiend God were undoubtedly shaking their foundation. However, unlike the Chaos Fiend God in the untainted land, the Chaos Fiend God in the great chaos outside the realm was obviously much, much stronger. Their schemes were far from what Feng Zichen and the others could crack. In other words, no matter how hard Feng Zichen and the others searched, they could not find any trace of the origin of chaos. It was very awkward. But being weak was the original sin. Who asked them to be weak? If they were weak, they had to be prepared to pay the price. Of course, when people were forced into a corner, they could think of any way. After failing to find the origin of chaos, Feng Zichen and the others finally thought of a way that was not a way. Now, the only thing they could be sure of was that the origin of chaos was hidden in the spirit veins. However, Feng Zichen and the others did not know which spirit vein it was hidden in. That was because the primal chaos origin had been moving irregularly. Because of this, no one could find any trace of it. And the method that Feng Zichen and the others thought of had something to do with the spirit veins. Since they really could not find it, they would think of a way to reset the heaven and earth spirit veins and comb them inch by inch. They would always be able to force it out. However, resetting the heaven and earth spirit veins was a big project. The current primordial world had internal and external problems. Obviously, it was not suitable for such a big move. Therefore, he had an idea. But how to implement it would have to wait until the primordial world had completely calmed down. Thinking about it, it was not a matter of time. As for how to operate it, Feng Zichen also had his own ideas. Perhaps the merit of the future earthly emperor of the human race should be here. However, no matter what the future was, one thing was certain. After this incident, the murderous aura in the primordial world rose, and the tribulation aura was rampant. The innate spiritium was almost completely destroyed. The trend of its transformation to postnatal was completely irreversible. Originally, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but now there was really no hope. Quietly hiding his figure, Feng Zichen used his supernatural power to teleport the galactic cosmic light array and the flesh and blood of the innate ferocious beasts into the boundless starry sky, drawing a perfect end to the operation of killing the innate ferocious beasts. On the other side, Fushi appeared in a daze and looked at the empty center of the canyon. Fortunately, soon, Feng Zichen's Gauchian avatar walked over and explained to Fushi. Fushi, there's no need to panic. It was Brother Ziwei who took away the galactic cosmic light array. As you can see, there aren't many innate ferocious beasts rushing over. From this, it can be seen that most of the innate ferocious beasts in the primordial world have been killed. Therefore, it's time for this operation to end. At the same time, it's time for you to fulfill your duty. Chapter 575. At this moment, in Gauchen's heart, he was really very happy. The plan this time was going too smoothly, and the result was beyond his expectations. Originally, he only planned to use this plan to clean up the Khanate ferocious beasts in the primordial world. However, he didn't expect that in the end. Not only did he clean up the Khanate ferocious beasts, but he also crippled the demon sect. At this moment, the demon sect could be said to have encountered the greatest crisis since its establishment. This time, in order to stop Feng Zichen's plan, the demon sect could be said to have gone all out. A total of 6 primordial chaos Dao masters and 4 half-step primordial chaos Taoist priests were mobilized. However, in the end, not only did the demon sect fail to stop Feng Zichen's plan to kill the Khanate ferocious beasts, but they also suffered serious injuries. First, the 6 Dao masters were severely injured by Heavenly Emperor Haoyan and the 3 emperors. Then, the 4 emissaries of the demon sect were killed by Great Emperor Zawei. Before that, the demon sect had already lost an acting sect master, a deputy sect master, and 2 elders. According to this calculation, ever since they reappeared in the world, the demon sect had already lost a primordial chaos Dao master, 5 half-step primordial Taoist priests, and 2 late-stage Sage-to-be great masters. There were even 6 Dao masters who were severely injured. No matter how deep the demon sect's foundation was, they could not afford such losses. Their strength must have been severely damaged. They had to hide for a period of time and could not continue to stir up trouble in the primordial world. Otherwise, they would really face the danger of being exterminated. However, since the demon sect had already appeared, it would be difficult for them to hide. Now, Haoyan and Lu Eyes, the 2 supremes of heaven and earth, seized the opportunity when the demon sect was severely injured and were besieging the demon sect all over the primordial world. If the demon ancestor, Rahu, did not make a move, then under the joint forces of Haoyan and Lu Eyes, the demon sect would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. The blow to the demon sect was even more serious than the war between Taoists and demons back then. Fushi. Now, the demon sect is severely injured and can no longer interfere in the primordial world. The Khanate ferocious beasts are almost wiped out, and the primordial world is gradually returning to peace. This is a good time for you to achieve your ambitions. Unify the primordial world, integrate the 10,000 races, and make the human race the strongest race in the primordial world. Through this, he can ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor and become a secondary saint. Gaochen said seriously as he looked at Fushi. Although Feng Zichen was in charge of the trap and killing of the primordial ferocious beasts, and Fushi was his assistant, the people in the untainted land did not know about it. It was probably because Feng Zichen deliberately faded away his own existence during the execution of the plan and pushed everything to Fushi. Therefore, in the eyes of the living beings in the primordial world, it was all Fushi's credit for killing the Khanate ferocious beast. And this move was not to trap Fushi, but to boost his reputation. With the credit of quelling the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts, Fushi's reputation could be said to be second to none in the primordial world. All the races were grateful for his kindness. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fushi had the upper hand. At this time, if Fushi came forward to unify the untainted land and set rules for the various races, no one would object. And this was the foundation of becoming an emperor. If the primordial world could really be unified in Fushi's hands, then he would be worthy of being the emperor. At the same time, the mandate of heaven would also descend on the human race to strengthen their luck and usher in a period of rapid development. Although it wouldn't make the human race the protagonist of the world in one fell swoop, it could still make the human race a first-class race in the primordial world. It would lay a strong foundation for becoming the protagonist of the world in the future. Your Majesty, Fushi understands. Fushi nodded and understood Feng Zichen's meaning. He didn't ask any more questions and directly turned to leave this place and return to the human race. It's so simple to talk to smart people. Gaochen sighed as he watched Fushi's figure leave. This operation had exposed too many details, and Fushi must have noticed something. However, he didn't ask and suppressed all his doubts in the bottom of his heart. That was because he could tell from Gauchen's words that he didn't want to say. This was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. Collect. When he came to the deepest part of the canyon, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and collected the 12 Capital Heaven Divine banners hidden in the void. The current Capital Heaven Divine banner was already very different from before. Not only did the connate spirit light around its sword, but the ancestral witch's shadow on it also became more realistic, as if it would walk down from the banner at any time. Judging from its aura, it had advanced from a superior grade connate spirit treasure to a supreme grade connate spirit treasure. Gauchen wasn't surprised by that. It would be surprising if the Capital Heaven Divine banner still couldn't advance after devouring the flesh and blood of so many connate spirit beasts at sage-to-be perfection. One had to know that although Feng Zichen killed the connate spirit beast to refine the blood altar, he didn't forget about the Capital Heaven Divine banner. The entire canyon. Feng Zichen and Fushi worked together to set up 3 layers of formations. The outermost Hunyuan River Formation, the inner Galaxy Cosmic Light Formation, and the Capital Heaven Divine Fiend Formation in the deepest part. Among them, the connate spirit beasts killed by the Hunyuan River Formation and the Galaxy Cosmic Light Formation were used by Feng Zichen to refine the blood altar. As for the connate spirit beasts killed by the Capital Heaven Divine Fiend Formation, Feng Zichen didn't do anything and allowed them to be devoured. Those connate spirit beasts were definitely at sage-to-be perfection, since they could pass through the double strangulation of the Hunyuan River Formation and the Galaxy Cosmic Light Formation to reach the center of the canyon, where the Capital Heaven Divine Fiend Formation was located. How could the Capital Heaven Divine banner not advance after devouring those connate spirit beasts? However, although the Capital Heaven Divine banner had advanced to a supreme grade connate spirit treasure, Feng Zichen wasn't too happy. It had cost so much just to advance to a supreme grade connate spirit treasure. How much would it cost to advance it to a more powerful connate spirit treasure? At the thought of this, Feng Zichen had a headache. He wasn't happy about the advancement of the Capital Heaven Divine banner. Sigh. Shaking his head, Gauchen also left the place to look for Hao Yin and Lu Eyes to assist them in besieging the demon sect. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen's original body wasn't idle either. He was looking at the heavenly cycle star banner in front of him. After all, it was an acquired spirit treasure, and its power wasn't enough. Under the attack of the 4 great emissaries of the demon sect and a group of connate spirit beasts, the heavenly cycle star banner had already become tattered and full of cracks. It was estimated that the heavenly cycle star banner would be completely destroyed after 1 or 2 more uses. There can be no construction without destruction. Today's destruction is for a better new life in the future. With a wave of his hand, Feng Zichen placed the 365 heavenly cycle star banners into their corresponding zhouxing and used their origins to regenerate these heavenly cycle star banners. As Feng Zichen said, the destruction of the heavenly cycle star banner today might not be a bad thing. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. He placed the damaged heavenly cycle star banner in the zhouxing to be regenerated. Under the nourishment of its origins, the reborn heavenly cycle star banner might be able to go against the connate and become a connate spirit treasure. That would be a true creation. After dealing with the heavenly cycle star banner, Feng Zichen focused his attention on the flesh and blood of the connate spirit beasts. Compared to the last time, the flesh and blood of the connate spirit beasts this time was much more. According to Feng Zichen's estimation, after completely refining the flesh and blood of these connate spirit beasts, the chaos origins obtained would at least be able to refine a connate spirit treasure. After all, these flesh and blood basically represented all the connate spirit beasts in the primordial world. It was not surprising that he could refine a connate spirit treasure. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen had no intention of refining a connate spirit treasure. Firstly, he had other uses for these chaos origins. Secondly, he did not have the ability to refine a connate spirit treasure. Refining a Khanate spirit treasure was not a simple matter. Materials alone were not enough. One also needed the corresponding strength. Otherwise, alchemy and weapon refinement would not be so difficult. Boom! Zhoxing shook. Endless starlight fell, and the star Tao furnace appeared again, slowly refining the flesh and blood of the Khanate spirit beasts. This time, it took Feng Zichen nearly 10,000 years to refine all these Khanate spirit beasts. At this moment, Feng Zichen was surrounded by gray, chaos origins qi. It spanned more than 3,000 miles and was abnormally dense, almost condensing into liquid. However, unlike the last time, this time, Feng Zichen did not condense the chaos baleful qi. Instead, he integrated it into the Zhoxing. He wanted to use this to increase the power of the Zhoxing. One could see, as the chaos baleful qi integrated, the Zhoxing also underwent a change. Wisps of dark baleful qi floated around the Zhoxing, mysterious and dangerous. Primordial divine baleful qi. This was a new Khanate divine baleful qi produced by the fusion of the Zhoxing and the chaos baleful qi. It was extremely powerful, and Feng Zichen named it the primordial divine baleful qi. Although its level was only at the Khanate level, its power was comparable to the chaos baleful qi. How could it be? It was also the fusion of two supreme powers. How could it become weaker and weaker? The reason why the primordial divine baleful qi was at the Khanate level was completely controlled by the primordial world and the Zhoxing itself. Now, with these two levels, they could not accommodate the existence of the chaos level. Therefore, the primordial divine baleful qi was at the Khanate level. However, with the advancement of the boundless starry sky and the primordial world, the primordial divine baleful qi would advance to the chaos level sooner or later. One had to know that the birth of the Zhoxing was because he inherited part of Pangu's origin and most of the origin of the star demon god. Therefore, he had the potential to give birth to the chaos baleful qi. Now, they had integrated with the unknown chaos demon god's baleful qi. The integration of three types of chaos baleful qi created the primordial divine baleful qi. From this, one could see how high the essence of the primordial divine baleful qi was. In the future, it might be able to achieve the supreme baleful qi. Condense. Feng Zichen formed a seal with both hands and pointed at the boundless starry sky. Immediately, the Zhoxing trembled together. The primordial divine baleful qi on it began to gather, forming a huge longsword in the starry sky. Its power, compared to the ferocious sword in Feng Zichen's hand, it was more than several times stronger. This was normal. After all, this long sword of baleful qi that traversed the starry sky was formed by gathering the power of the Zhoxing. It was far from what that ferocious sword could compare to. Naturally, its power was stronger. Good, good, good. Looking at the huge sword in the starry sky, Feng Zichen was very excited. With this method, he wanted to see who in the primordial world dared to be arrogant in front of him. Even a saint would not feel good if he was hit by this sword, let alone others. In the future, whoever he did not like, he would slash with his sword. After practicing the primordial divine baleful qi for a while, Feng Zichen put it away with a lack of interest. No one tried the sword. It was boring for him to play with it. After that, Feng Zichen put away his unnecessary thoughts and focused on refining the blood altar. This time, he refined 7 blood altars in one go. He wanted to use this to resurrect Swearin, the Cho clan, and the 5 Daluo Jinxian from the 5 innate clans who had died for the human race. They were all heroes and meritorious ministers of the human race. They should not fall into a deep sleep. They should return from death and enjoy the worship of all living beings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 7 blood altars operated at the same time, and a shocking phenomenon was produced. Boundless blood rain floated down. The ancient and mysterious spirit summoning song sounded. Bit by bit, the true spirits gathered, and the ancient heroic spirits were reviving. At the same time, the chaos origin chi around Feng Zichen was rapidly being consumed to offset the karma of heaven and earth. However, the chaos origin chi around Feng Zichen was too dense. Even if he resurrected 7 people at the same time, the consumption was really nothing. It was just a drop in the bucket. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Swearin, the Cho clan, the Water Dragon, Revered Dragon, and the other 7 people had low cultivation realms when they were alive. The 7 of them had the cultivation of Daluo Jinxian when they were alive. The highest cultivation realm was only at the 3-flower realm. The origin energy required to resurrect them was equivalent to 21 Daluo Jinxian. It seemed to be a lot, but in fact, the chaos origin energy consumed by these 7 people was not as much as the origin energy consumed by Feng Zichen when he resurrected the demon sect emissary. The demon sect emissary. He had the cultivation of a half-step primordial chaos. The chaos origin energy required to resurrect them was not something that 21 Daluo Jinxian could compare to. The difference in cultivation realm was too great. It was also because Suerin's cultivation was low that the poison of the Great Path did not appear when they returned to the blood altar this time. This also let Feng Zichen know that not everyone's resurrection would attract the poison of the Great Path. This was exclusive to the strong. The stronger the cultivation, the more difficult it would be to resurrect a person, and the more accidents it would attract. Perhaps the poison of the Great Path was only one of them. There were other unknown dangers that had not appeared. It seemed that his understanding of the blood altar was not deep enough. In the future, he had to take some time to study it carefully so that he could not find effective measures to remedy the situation when an accident happened. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking on the blood altar, the resurrection process of Swearin, the Cho clan, and the Water Dragon King had reached the most critical moment. Their innate, indestructible, true spirits had been completely condensed. They were waiting for their spiritual intelligence to recover. Then, they would be completely resurrected. However, the moment their spiritual intelligence recovered, Feng Zichen suddenly made a move. He waved his hands repeatedly and cast extremely mysterious Dao seals towards Swearin and the others, suppressing and sealing their newly recovered spiritual intelligence. Chapter 576. At this moment, it was not the best time for Swearin and the others to recover. That was because Feng Zichen had prepared an astonishing fortune for them, and they still needed some time to prepare. Swearin, there were the Cho clan, the Water Dragon, and the Dragon Lord. They had all died to protect the human race, so they should be protected by the luck of the human race and be respected by all people. Therefore, Feng Zichen was prepared to give the 7 supreme positions of the earthly emperor, the human emperor, and the 5 emperors to these 7 people. Earlier, Feng Zichen had said that he already had the most suitable candidates for the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. And these candidates were these 7 people. Swearin, the number 1 person of the human race. He ignited the fire of civilization for the human race, allowing the human race to get rid of their ignorance and develop their own civilization. This was an incomparable great merit. The human race could have today. Swearin deserved the most credit. Even Fushi's contribution to the human race could not be compared to Swearin's. In other words, Swearin's status in the human race was second only to Empress Nuwa, and was even slightly higher than Feng Zichen. He deserved to become the earthly emperor of the human race. There was no more suitable candidate in the primordial world than Swearin. There was the Cho clan, the second oldest figure of the human race, and also one of the early patriarchs of the human race. At the same time, he was a figure that could not be avoided in the history of the human race's development. His contribution to the human race was second only to Swearin. Such a figure had dedicated his entire life to the human race. He deserved to become the human emperor. It was precisely because of Swearin and the Cho clan that Feng Zichen dared to say that he had someone more qualified than Fushi to be the human emperor. These 2 people, weren't they more qualified than Fushi, the human emperor? Of course, it was better for the human race to be the human emperor. It was already Feng Zichen's limit that a Fushi from a monster race would become the new leader of the human race. If the three sovereigns, who were related to the foundation of the human race, were all from other races, Feng Zichen would definitely flip the table on the spot. If worst came to worst, he would abandon these three sovereigns. He could not suffer such humiliation. If the three sovereigns of the human race were all reincarnations of innate gods, what would become of the human race? The protagonist of heaven and earth. He actually wanted to acknowledge an outsider as the emperor. Then the human race would really become the biggest joke in the world. Not to mention surpassing the liches and demons. They would be embarrassed to death. Therefore, the Serene and the Cho clan became the human emperors. This was the foundation that guaranteed the prosperity of the human race. Compared to outsiders, his own people were undoubtedly more reassuring. After confirming that the three sovereigns were on their side, the five emperors could make appropriate concessions. After all, compared to the three sovereigns, the five emperors were undoubtedly less important. As for why he wanted Water Dragon, Revere Dragon, and the other four to become the five emperors, Feng Zichen had some selfish motives. First of all, the five of them had died to protect the human race and had contributed to the human race. Secondly, the five of them were from the five Kane clans. Speaking of this, it had to be said that during the period when the demon race was attacking the human race, the five Kane clans had been extremely loyal. For the sake of the human race, they had directly fought with the demon race. These were all sentiments. Although the five Kane clans did not need the human race to repay them, Feng Zichen could not be completely indifferent. Letting the five of them become the five emperors was Feng Zichen's sincerity. It was to show that the friendship between the human race and the five Kane clans would always exist and that they were inseparable. Of course, it was undeniable that Feng Zichen had a part of his selfishness. When the five of them had completed their merits and completely belonged to the human race, the luck of the five Khanate clans behind them would slowly flow to the human race. Don't underestimate the luck of the five Khanate clans. Because of the five elements sacred beasts, the five Khanate clans were all auspicious beasts. They were blessed by heaven and earth, and their luck would last forever. When the human race obtained the luck of the five Khanate clans, it could be said that they were related to the Khanate five sacred beasts. In the future, a group of geniuses who were favored by the Khanate five elements Tao would definitely be born. This was an unparalleled fortune. The birth of geniuses in every generation was the symbol of a race's immortality. After sealing the Khanate indestructible true spirits of the seven Swerin, Feng Zichen placed them in the Ziwei star core and used the imperial purple qi to nourish their Khanate indestructible true spirits. The imperial purple qi was the proof of being an emperor. When the seven of them each absorbed a strand of the imperial purple qi, they would become natural emperors. This was very important for them to become human emperors and could reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. After finishing the matters at hand, Feng Zichen had the time to look at the surrounding Chaos Origin Qi. Although some of the Chaos Origin Qi had been used to revive Suiren and the others, it was not much overall. With the current amount of Chaos Origin Qi around Feng Zichen, it was more than enough to refine a Khanate cardinal treasure. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen was not capable enough to refine a Khanate cardinal treasure. Of course, even if he had the ability, he would not use the Chaos Origin Qi to refine a Khanate cardinal treasure, because he already had a better plan for how to deal with the Chaos Origin Qi. Hongmeng Daozhong. Feng Zichen's mind stirred and summoned the Hongmeng Daozhong. How long had it been? Since the Hongmeng Dao seal was in the hinterland of Mount Buzhou, it had swallowed the number one killing treasure, the Hongmeng sky-measuring ruler, and transformed into the supreme grade Khanate spirit treasure, Hongmeng Daozhong. How long had it been? Hongmeng Daozhong had not been promoted. But today, Hongmeng Daozhong finally ushered in the opportunity to be promoted. As long as it swallowed the Chaos Origin Qi in front of it, Hongmeng Daozhong would definitely be promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure. Of course, it could also be called a Chaos Spirit Treasure. That's right. According to Feng Zichen's plan, he wanted to let Hongmeng Daozhong devour the Chaos Origin Qi as a resource to be promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, Chaos Spirit Treasure. In this world, what Khanate Cardinal Treasure could be more precious than Hongmeng Daozhong? When it was only a supreme grade Khanate Spirit Treasure, Hongmeng Daozhong showed no less ability than a Khanate Cardinal Treasure. Then, if it was promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, would its power be comparable to the 3 heaven-opening Cardinal Treasures? In short, to Feng Zichen, promoting Hongmeng Daozhong was the most important thing, and it was also the most beneficial for him. Using the Chaos Origin Qi to refine a Khanate Cardinal Treasure was not as cost-effective as promoting Hongmeng Daozhong. He believed that with Hongmeng Daozhong's magic, after it was promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, its power would definitely not disappoint Feng Zichen. In the end, Hongmeng Daozhong was his foundation in the primordial world. Without this treasure, how could he have achieved what he had today? Clang! Feng Zichen gently flicked Hongmeng Daozhong, and with a clang, Hongmeng Daozhong swayed into the Chaos Origin Qi and began to devour it wantonly. Clang, 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 bathed in the primordial Chaos Origin Qi. The primordial Chaos Dao bell vibrated violently with excitement. Invisible ripples spread wildly with it as the center. Wherever it passed, the primordial Chaos Origin energy would disperse and be easily absorbed by the primordial Chaos Dao bell. As the Chaos Origin Qi decreased, all kinds of wonderful changes happened on Hongmeng Daozhong's body, almost visible to the naked eye. Mysterious runes that were ancient and exuded the most essential power were rapidly derived from nothingness and branded on Hongmeng Daozhong's body to form a new Khanate Divine Restriction, or Hongmeng Divine Restriction. The mysterious runes were purple and exuded an aura that was very similar to that of Hongmeng, but more profound. They seemed to be the origin of all things, the source of all Tao. If Feng Zichen was not mistaken, the mysterious runes were the origin of all runes, the foundation of all Tao, and the most ancient and mysterious runes, the Hongmeng Tao Talisman. All the great Taos, all the abilities, and all the rules in the world were made up of endless runes. And the Hongmeng Tao Talisman was the origin of all runes, the symbol of existence. All the runes in the world were evolved from him as a template. From this, it could be seen that the origin of the Hongmeng Tao Talisman was so great and ancient. In this world, there was probably nothing more ancient than him. The divine restriction that was derived from the Hongmeng runes as the foundation had to be called the Hongmeng Divine Restriction, because whether it was Khanate or Chaos, they were inferior to Hongmeng, so they naturally could not be named as such, because they were not worthy. And just as the Hongmeng Tao Talisman was rapidly evolving, our protagonist, Feng Zichen, was staring at the Hongmeng Tao Talisman from the side, using all his mind to remember it in his heart. As for the meaning of these Hongmeng runes, Feng Zichen naturally could not understand it all, but this did not prevent him from remembering it. Not understanding it now did not mean that he would not understand it in the future. Perhaps one day, as his cultivation level increased, he would suddenly understand it. Anyway, the Hongmeng runes represented the greatest opportunity in the world, and he could not miss it. There was no harm in remembering him. Speaking of which, the Hongmeng runes were Feng Zichen's lifelong pain. In the early days, the Tao he planned to cultivate was neither the Tao of Pangu nor the Tao of stars, but the Tao of Hongmeng. He thought, since he had the innate spirit treasure, the Hongmeng Tao seal, that represented the Tao of Hongmeng, didn't that mean that he was born to cultivate the Tao of Hongmeng? That was the Tao of Hongmeng. Feng Zichen was not sure if it was the strongest, but it was definitely the oldest. And in the primordial world, or even the chaos, the strong might not be ancient, but the ancient must be powerful. Therefore, at the beginning of his cultivation, Feng Zichen's goal was to cultivate the Tao of Hongmeng. But the result made him dumbfounded. He could not understand the Tao of Hongming at all. Yes, that's right. It was the most basic. Feng Zichen could not understand it either. After working hard for several years without any results, Feng Zichen gradually lost his patience and decided not to waste any more time. He changed to Pangu's Tao of Stars, and then walked out of Pangu's Tao of Stars and created his own Tao of Stars. But even so, in the depths of Feng Zichen's heart, there was a faint sense of unwillingness. Especially as the Hongming Dao seal was promoted to Hongming Daozhong, he was even more unwilling. The treasure that represented the Tao of Hongming was in his hands. Why was he unable to cultivate the Tao of Hongming? At first, Feng Zichen thought that it was because his realm was low. At that time, he thought in his heart that when his realm was high and his cultivation was strong, he might be able to understand the Tao of Hongming. But until now, his understanding of the Tao of Hongming was still incomplete. Although there was a tiny bit of progress compared to before, it was completely useless. It was also at this time that Feng Zichen finally understood. It was not that there was a problem with him, but that the Tao of Hongming was too high-end. It was so high-end that even with his current realm, he could not understand it at all. It was like asking kindergarten students to do advanced mathematics in the future. Wasn't that nonsense? It would be strange if they did it. If he wanted to cultivate the Tao of Hongming, he would probably have to reach the realm of the Chaos Demon God. As time passed, more and more Chaos Origin energy was absorbed by the Hongming Daozhong. Its promotion momentum had also reached an extremely critical moment. Dong! With a melodious bell sound, the Hongming Daozhong completed its final transformation and gave birth to the 46th Hongming Divine Restriction, successfully promoting to a primordial treasure. The moment the Hongming Daozhong was promoted to a primordial treasure, the entire primordial world and even the surrounding chaos seemed to have paused for a moment. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao and the saints were not in the primordial world, so no one in the primordial world noticed this. However, at the border between the primordial world and the great chaos, the two sides who were fighting clearly sensed that momentary pause. Such a strange movement set off ripples in the Tao hearts of both sides. As a result, both sides tacitly stopped fighting at the same time and paused the battle. Strange? Why can't we calculate it? After the two sides stopped fighting, they each used their divine abilities to explore the origin of this strange movement. However, no matter how they calculated, they could not calculate any information about this matter. They could not help but be puzzled. When it was a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure, the Hongming Daozhong could isolate everything. Even a heavenly Tao could not detect it. Now that it had been promoted to a primordial treasure, its abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved. It would be strange if Tao Ancestor Hongjun and the Chaos Demon God could still calculate it. However, this matter, in the end, it made both sides wary. Therefore, they stopped fighting and confronted each other across the gate of witchcraft. At this point, both sides understood that unless the Chaos Demon God entered the primordial world or the saints entered the great chaos, neither side could do anything to the other. After fighting for so long, there was still no winner. Both sides had long felt bored and wanted to stop fighting, but no one wanted to speak first. The appearance of this accident could be considered a coincidence. It gave both sides a reason to stop fighting. Anyway, the goal of the Chaos Demon God was to tie down the top combat power of the primordial world. It did not matter whether they fought or not. On the other hand, the primordial world was eager to stop fighting as soon as possible. It was not easy for the heavenly Tao to support the six saints. It consumed the power of heaven and earth. There was a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it would definitely hurt the foundation of the primordial world. Therefore, if they could stop fighting as soon as possible, it would reduce the burden of the heavenly Tao. Feng Zichen did not know what happened at the border between the primordial world and the chaos. He was now sizing up the Hongming Daozhong in front of him. Chapter 577. Compared to before, Hongming Daozhong did not change much. It still maintained the form of a Dao bell. Only the occasional Hongmeng runes that flashed by were showing its extraordinariness. With a thought, Feng Zichen held Hongmeng Daozhong in his hand. At the same time, all the information about Hongmeng Daozhong naturally appeared in his mind. The Khanate Cardinal Treasure Hongmeng Daozhong, or the Chaos Spiritual Treasure Hongmeng Daozhong, was born from the Tao of Hongmeng. It had the power to shatter space-time and destroy all Daos. The Hongmeng Daozhong, which was previously a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, had the power to shatter vacuum and destroy all Daos. Comparing the two, after being promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the power of Hongmeng Daozhong had indeed increased to an unimaginable level. Vacuum and space-time, all Daos and all Daos. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. Moreover, just from these descriptions, it could be seen that Hongmeng Daozhong seemed to be a little more powerful than the Bell of Chaos. The Bell of Chaos had the power to suppress space-time and destroy chaos. Hongmeng Daozhong, on the other hand, could shatter space-time. One suppressed, one shattered. It seemed that Hongmeng Daozhong was indeed stronger. Why did it stop? At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was observing the changes in Hongmeng Daozhong, suddenly realized that something was wrong and could not help but ask in surprise. After Hongmeng Daozhong had been promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, it had stopped all its actions and did not absorb the Qi of Origin of Chaos. How could this be? Feng Zichen looked around. There was still 1/3 of the Qi of Origin of Chaos left. He drove Hongmeng Daozhong to fly towards them. The Qi of Origin of Chaos here was formed by almost all the Khanate ferocious beasts in the primordial world after they died. It was unimaginably thick. Even though Hongmeng Daozhong had swallowed a lot in order to be promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, there was still 1/3 left. And they were all resources for Hongmeng Daozhong's advancement. The primordial Chaos Dao Bell had just been upgraded, so it was only a low-grade natural Cardinal Treasure. If it devoured all the Chaos Origin energy, it might give birth to a divine restriction and upgrade to a mid-grade natural Cardinal Treasure. This was the only opportunity in the entire Great Desolate Inn. He could not miss it. However, what surprised Feng Zichen was that, no matter how he urged Hongmeng Daozhong paid no attention to the primal Chaos Origin energy. He no longer had the momentum of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. What happened? Bewildered, Feng Zichen released his divine sense towards Hongmeng Daozhong. After that, a message was sent from Hongmeng Daozhong to Feng Zichen's heart. Swish, in the next moment, Feng Zichen's face darkened. After being promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the primal Chaos Origin energy could no longer satisfy Hongmeng Daozhong. If he wanted to continue upgrading, he needed a higher level of power. This was the meaning of the message sent by Hongmeng Daozhong. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen's expression changed. The primal Chaos Origin energy was already one of the most primitive powers in the world. As far as Feng Zichen knew, there were only 3 powers that were of a higher level than it: the primal Chaos Origin, Hongmeng Purple Qi, and the Great Tao Origin. These 3 powers, each had a greater background than the other. They were all treasures that could not be obtained. If Feng Zichen had the ability to obtain them, he would have long become a primal chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. He would not be stuck in a half-step primal chaos realm and need to spend a long time tempering himself like he was now. Good Lord, this Hongmeng Daozhong was really amazing. To be promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, he needed to use the Khanate 5 essences. Feng Zichen searched the entire primordial world, but could not find it. In desperation, he thought of using the origin energy of all things, the primal Chaos Origin energy, to replace it. Note, the Khanate 5 essences are the 5 processes of transforming the primal Chaos Origin energy into the Khanate Origin energy. Therefore, in the absence of the Khanate 5 essences, he could find a higher level of power, their source, the primal Chaos Origin energy, to replace it. He thought that this request was difficult enough, but he did not expect that there would be more difficult things behind. If he wanted to continue upgrading, he needed a higher level of power. It was not that difficult to force others. The primal chaos origin was in the depths of the vast primal chaos. With the vastness of the primordial world, it was almost impossible to find. The great Tao origin was a treasure that even Pangu could not obtain. It was also a treasure that Feng Zichen could not even dream of. There was no possibility of obtaining it. As for the Hongming purple qi, there was some hope for that. As everyone knew, the seven saints, including Hutu, all used the Hongming purple qi to attain the Tao. As long as he could kill one of them, he would be able to force out the Hongming purple qi from his body. TSK. Feng Zichen wanted to kill the saint, but he could not do it at all. The saint might not be able to be truly invincible in the primordial world, but he could definitely be truly immortal. Therefore, in the primordial world, no one could kill the saint, unless Feng Zichen could deceive the saint into the great chaos outside the realm. What a headache! Looking at the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen frowned. He thought about it and realized that he could not obtain any of these three powers. Could it be that he gave up just like that? Let the Hongmeng Daozhong stay at the level of a low-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. In fact, a low-grade Khanate cardinal treasure was enough for Feng Zichen to use. One had to know that Khanate cardinal treasures were rare in the primordial world. Even the saints could not have one. Feng Zichen alone already had several Khanate cardinal treasures. He should be satisfied. However, people's desires were often unsatisfied. When one got something good, one would yearn for something better. Who would complain about having too many Khanate cardinal treasures in their hands? Wait, it's not like there's no way. While feeling disappointed, Feng Zichen had a flash of inspiration and really thought of a way. That was the Chaos Fiend God. The Chaos Fiend God was a great existence born from chaos. Their origin was the combination of the origin of chaos and the origin of the great Tao. It was the highest power in the world and definitely met the requirements for Hongmeng Daozhong's promotion. As long as he devoured the Chaos Fiend God, Hongmeng Daozhong might be promoted to a Chaos Cardinal Treasure one day. This is forcing me to fight to the death with the Chaos Fiend God. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen muttered to himself. Actually, it didn't matter. Whether there was Hongmeng Daozhong or not, it was impossible for him to coexist with the Chaos Fiend God. The addition of Hongmeng Daozhong only strengthened his determination to deal with the Chaos Fiend God. With a plan in mind, Feng Zichen put away Hongmeng Daozhong. Dealing with the Chaos Fiend God was not something that could be rushed. It needed a good plan. Otherwise, it was hard to say who would be the prey in the end. God Pangu, Zhouxing refined. After putting away Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen once again activated Zhouxing to refine the remaining Chaos Origin Qi to repair Zhouxing. Since he could not use it to promote Hongmeng Daozhong, he would use it to repair Zhouxing. After all, this was also Feng Zichen's foundation in the primordial world. Moreover, repairing Zhouxing could also bring Feng Zichen a lot of benefits. For example, the earlier Zhouxing was repaired, the earlier Feng Zichen could escape the cage of the Way of the Heavens. On top of that, every time the stars in the sky were repaired, the strength of the Pangu celestial being would increase by a notch. This undoubtedly greatly increased Feng Zichen's life-saving ability. After all, the Devil Sect had suffered heavy losses in his hands. How could the demon ancestor Rahu not take revenge? The reason why he had not taken action yet was that the demon ancestor Rahu was hindered by something. But once he was free, he would definitely take revenge on Feng Zichen. With Feng Zichen's current strength, he was definitely no match for the demon ancestor Rahu. And now, Tao ancestor Hongjun was not in the primordial world. The only person he could rely on was the god Pangu. Now, every time the strength of the god Pangu increased, Feng Zichen would be able to face the demon ancestor Rahu with more ease. Of course, if the four emperors joined forces, there was no need to be afraid of the demon ancestor Rahu. If they joined forces with the celestial emperor, they might even be able to win. But what he was afraid of was, what tricks did the demon ancestor Rahu use? making it impossible for the five of them to join forces. That would be troublesome. Therefore, when facing an old, insidious person like the demon ancestor Rahu from the ancient times, it was always right to prepare more backup plans. Rumble. Zhou slowly operated according to an inexplicable trajectory. As the stars in the sky revolved, an invisible power spread out and completely refined the primal chaos origin energy drifting in the starry sky. Russell, the chaos origin chi, was indeed one of the most primordial powers. As it merged, Zhou became brighter and brighter. Its origin also became more and more vigorous. More star power was emitted from the stars, causing the power of the god Pangu to become even stronger. Huff, huff, as the god Pangu breathed in and out, more chaos chi surged from the sky and turned into the purest energy, strengthening the origin of the boundless starry sky. Even the heavenly cycle star banner that Feng Zichen had sent into the core of the stars to be reborn had also obtained many benefits with the improvement of the Zhou origin. It was slowly transforming into a connate spirit treasure. Everything was developing in a good direction. While Zhou was refining the chaos origin chi, Feng Zichen was not idle. He looked at the primordial world. At this moment, since he had plotted to kill the connate ferocious beasts, more than 10,000 years had passed, and the primordial world had undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the demon sect had to be mentioned. Under the joint suppression of Hao Yin, Lu Eyes, and Gao Chen, there was almost no trace of the demon sect in the primordial world. Once the experts of the demon sect appeared in the primordial world, what greeted them was the joint attack of three great experts comparable to the primordial chaos Tao Master. Under such circumstances, the experts of the demon sect did not dare to show their faces. They had long gone into hiding. Next, there was the human race. With the prestige of sweeping away the connate ferocious beasts, Fuxi accepted the worship of the human race in the ancestral land of the human race as the common master of all the races in the primordial world. At the moment when all the races submitted to Fuxi, the mandate of heaven that was being nurtured in the long river of destiny had completely matured after absorbing the fate of all the races. It floated down from the long river of destiny and merged into the fate of the human race. At this point, the human race had received the mandate of heaven. Fuxi's strength had also entered the half-step primordial chaos realm and completely recovered the cultivation of his previous life. At the same time, all the clansmen of the human race had become closer to the Tao. When they cultivated, their speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. It was also at this time that the human race entered a period of rapid development. Its strength gradually surpassed that of the connate spirit races and was on the verge of becoming the overlord of the primordial world. The demon sect disappeared, and the connate ferocious beasts were all dead. The primordial world was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. If it weren't for the fact that the world was still filled with rich connate ferocious chi, Feng Zichen would have thought that the chaos of the connate ferocious beast had completely passed. However, no matter what, with the joint efforts of Feng Zichen and the others, the primordial world finally ushered in a long-awaited peace. As the primordial world gradually returned to peace, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who had been beaten up by the experts of the demon sect finally dared to show up in the primordial world. They began their respective preaching journeys. In terms of preaching, Xian Qing had to be mentioned. He walked out of the East Sea and came to the ancestral land of the human race. There he set up an academy and taught the human race the connate talisman Tao, array Tao, alchemy Tao, weapon Tao, and the ancient mystical skills of the human race that had been buried in the years. It was also time to impart the brilliant fiend god civilization that the human race's ancestors had created during the age of witches and demons to the current human race. The glory of the ancient human race could not be buried. The efforts of the ancient human race could not be wasted. Therefore, everything they had would be inherited by the new generation of the human race and carried forward. And the name of this academy was Zichen Academy. The meaning was to commemorate the great emperor of the human race, Feng Zichen. It also meant to pay homage to an old friend. As everyone knew, Xianqing and Feng Zichen were best friends. In order to commemorate his good friend, he set up an academy in his name so that he could impart the inheritance of the human race. There was nothing wrong with that. As for why Xianqing had the inheritance of the human race, that was even simpler. It must have been the great Taoist priest who had deliberately given it to Xianqing to preserve when he saw that things were not going well. However, there was one thing that had to be said. Because Xianqing had returned the inheritance of the human race and passed down his own orthodoxy, the human race now addressed him as the immortal master to show their respect. The immortal master was the master of the immortal path. The immortal master of the human race was the master of the immortal path of the human race. In other words, all the human race who cultivated the immortal path had to address Xianqing as their teacher. In the future, if the immortal path flourished in the human race, then Xianqing could naturally become the immortal path's ancestral master and enjoy the immortal path's destiny. His status was second only to the three pure ones. Of course, the benefits of becoming an immortal master were far from that. The greatest benefit was that he could obtain a portion of the destiny of the human race. The destiny of the protagonist of the world was something that even saints would be jealous of. They would even give up their pride and personally fight for it. From this, one could see the importance of the destiny of the human race. Just this point alone could guarantee that Xianqing would have endless fortune in the future and be protected by the world. In the eastern land of the primordial world, the myriad races entered the stage of cultivation. And in the western Holy Land, Mount Meru, an earth-shattering event happened. That day, the entire western land suddenly rained blood. Boundless, murderous aura surged and wantonly destroyed everything around it. Then, before the people in the east could react, they heard a sorrowful cry that resounded throughout the primordial world from the western sect's ancestral court, Mount Meru. Chapter 578. Then, everyone in the east saw the huge golden lotus flower that stood above Mount Meru and represented the destiny of the western sect suddenly split into two. The western sect split open. No, that's not right. It was the huge destiny that the two western saints had spent a lot of effort to accumulate. It suddenly split into two. There was a big problem with the western sect. At this moment, all the experts in the east who saw this scene understood that the primordial world, which had finally returned to peace, was about to welcome a huge storm. Everyone knew that the destiny of the western sect was the lifeblood of the two saints Zhuan-Ti. In order to fight for a bit of destiny, the two supreme saints could even disregard their pride and personally take part in it. From that, it could be seen that the two saints Zhuan-Ti valued the destiny of the western sect. Now, the destiny of the western sect had suddenly decreased by half. If the two saints of the western sect received the news, they would be furious. That was equivalent to touching their lifeblood. Once the two saints of the western sect returned, they would definitely fight to the death with a murderer who had split the destiny of the western sect. The person behind this is really bold. He actually dared to take advantage of the absence of the two saints of the western sect to attack their orthodoxy and destroy their foundation. How ferocious! I wonder which ferocious person it is. At that moment, although the people in the East were shocked by the change in the western sect, they were more surprised by the audacity of the person who attacked. Are they really not afraid of death? Those were two sages. After offending them, it could be said that there was no place for them in the primordial world. However, what shocked the people in the East even more was yet to come. At the same time, what happened next allowed the crowd to understand exactly which power had done it. Whoosh! On the ground of the western sect, the blood rain became heavier and heavier, almost dyeing the entire western sect red. And amidst the boundless rain of blood, more and more infernal chi rose, condensing and spreading towards Mount Meru without dissipating. It was actually going to dye Mount Meru and recreate the glory of the ancient demon sect. At the same time, in the sky, An extremely pure demonic aura suddenly surged out and slowly merged with half of the destiny of the Western sect. It's the demon sect. The demon sect has attacked the Western sect. Looking at the pitch-black devil chi, anyone with a bit of knowledge could tell that the calamity of the Western sect came from the devil sect. For a time, everyone was discussing, but no one stepped forward to help. The two saints of Zhu and Ti were not very popular in the primordial world. Just their act of expiating people at the drop of a hat had offended countless people. Plus, when Hong Yun fell, the two saints of the West acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Nobody dared to make friends with them. Hong Yun was the benefactor of the two sages of the West. Even with such kindness, Jie-in did not offer to save him, nor did he avenge Hong Yun. How could such an action not cause one's heart to turn cold? Who in the primordial world would dare to make friends with such a person? The red cloud mirror was right in front of him. Therefore, after seeing that something had happened to the Western sect, the people of the primordial world did not have any intention of helping. Instead, they gloated. Back then, in order to deny the karma of Hong Yun becoming a saint, the two saints of Zhu and Ti were killed by Kuanpeng and Mingi. This action allowed them to successfully deny the karma of becoming a saint. However, the consequence was that they lost the hearts of the entire primordial world. As a result, today the Western sect was invaded by the demon sect. The entire primordial world was watching from the sidelines. No one came to help. If the two saints of Zhu and Ti had known that this would be the outcome today, then back then, they would still sit and watch Hong Yun fall. After all, Red Cloud had done them a great favor. It was so great that even if they sold Mount Meru, they would not be able to repay it. Since that was the case, then they could only let Hong Yun die. Compared to that, losing the hearts of the people was nothing. If the favor owed to Hong Yun was smaller, then he would not have fallen. Compared to Zhu and Ti, the people of the primordial world were most willing to be friends with Zhen Yuanzi. What was true friendship? It was Zhen Yuanzi's friendship with Hong Yun. Until now, Zhen Yuanzi was still working hard to revive Hong Yun. Such a person, who didn't like to be friends with him? It's all karma. In the distant heaven realm, Hao Yin looked at the changes in the Western sect and frowned slightly. He was hesitating whether he should help. Eliminating demons, it was his obligation. When he saw the demon sect causing trouble in the primordial world, he should have destroyed it with lightning methods. However, this matter involved the Western sect, which made Hao Yin hesitate. He did not have a good relationship with the two saints of the Western sect. It could even be said that they had a grudge. Just this point was enough for Hao Yin to stand by and do nothing. Back then, when Tao ancestor Hong Jun preached the Tao for the first time in the Purple Cloud Palace, he was late because of the long journey. It was Hao Yin who opened the door for them. This move, it could be said that he was indebted to the two of them. However, because of Hao Yin's identity as a Tao child, the two of them looked down on him and despised him. Regarding this, Hao Tian naturally hated it deeply. Now that the Western sect was invaded by the demon sect, he was naturally extremely unwilling to help. It was more like hiding at the side and watching the fun. TSK, TSK, TSK. From Hao Yin and Hong Yun's actions, it could be seen how difficult it was to receive Zhu and Ti and Hong Yun's positions. First, they were late for the lecture, and then they gave up their positions in the palace. As long as something went wrong, the positions of saints would not be fated with them. From this, it could be seen how much Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not want the two of them to become saints. But unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Tao ancestor Hong Jun's plan was so thorough that the two of them successfully obtained the positions of saints with the help of the heavenly Tao. However, Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not lose out. In order to become saints, Zhu and Ti and Hong Yun really owed a lot of karma. First, the Hao Yin Jade Pool opened the door against the rules, and then they gave up their seats in the Red Cloud Palace. These were all huge karma that had to be returned in the future. Although Hong Yun was dead, Hao Yin was still alive. If Zhu and Ti and Hong Yun did not return the karma, they would definitely suffer a huge loss in the hands of the Hao Yin Jade Pool in the future. And from the looks of it, Perhaps this was also Tao ancestor Hong Jun's plan. He had set up a plan to stop Zhuan Ti and Hong Yun from becoming saints. If it succeeded, everyone would be happy. But if it failed, it would leave a huge hidden danger for Zhuan Ti and Hong Yun that was difficult to solve. No matter what, he would not suffer a loss. This was a truly shrewd and astute plan. If this was really done by Tao ancestor Hong Jun on purpose, then after the Hao Yian Jade Pool opened the door for Zhuan Ti, he would definitely be punished. At that time, the more wrong the Hao Yian Jade Pool was, the greater the karma that Zhuan Ti owed. After all, the heavenly Tao was fair. He could not bear to see others wronged. Of course, no matter how much Hao Yian hated Zhuan Ti and Hong Yun, it was not a reason for him to stand by and do nothing. As the heavenly emperor, eliminating demons was his first priority. It was also the righteousness of the entire primordial world. How could he abandon righteousness because of personal grudges? The West also belonged to the primordial world, and Hao Yian was the heavenly emperor of the entire primordial world, not the heavenly emperor of the East. The West was also under Hao Yian's control. If Hao Yian stood by and did nothing about the Western sect because of personal grudges, then when the saints returned, he would suffer. In fact, the saints could use this as a reason. It was not impossible to propose to Tao ancestor Hong Jun to remove Hao Yian from the position of heavenly emperor. Therefore, the real reason why Hao Yian stood by and did nothing was not personal grudges, but the original sin of the Western sect. Mount Meru, it was the ancestral court of the demon sect. Zhuan Ti wanted to take advantage of Mount Meru. When he saw that Mount Meru was the #1 holy land in the West, he used this mountain as the foundation to establish the Western sect after the demon sect went into hiding. Wasn't this offending the demon sect to death? Back then, the war between Taoists and demons ended with the victory of the celestial sect and the heavy losses of the demon sect. But even so, the Tao ancestor did not send anyone to occupy Mount Meru. It was because before the demon ancestor Luo Ho self-destructed, he set up the demonic path to compete with the celestial sect of wonders. The establishment of the demonic path represented the dark side of the primordial world. It was also a part of the great cycle of heaven and earth. It was protected by the luck of heaven and earth. For that, Tao ancestor Hong Jun had scruples. That was why he did not occupy Mount Meru to completely cut off the foundation of the demon sect. However, Tao ancestor Hong Jun had scruples. Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti did not. Back then, they who had just stepped out did not know the twists and turns. Seeing that Mount Meru was not bad and did not have an owner, they directly occupied this place. Because of that, the Western sect and the demon sect had formed a huge karma. It was the root of the disaster for today's matter. As the saying goes, the heavens are clear and the retribution is not good. The Western sect had occupied the ancestral court of the demon sect. Today, there should be such a calamity. Oh, that's not right. To be precise, as long as the Western sect did not move away from Mount Meru and the demon sect was not destroyed, then today's calamity. In the future, it would happen many times until one of the two sides was completely destroyed. The battle between Buddha and demon in the future, it started from Mount Meru. This matter concerned the face of the demon sect. The ancestral court had been occupied by others. If they did not take it back, how could the disciples of the demon sect have the face to establish themselves in the primordial world in the future? Sometimes, face was not important, but sometimes it was especially important. From ancient times until now, for the sake of face, there were many. Moreover, the matter of face, it had nothing to do with status. It was all in the heart. When it came to karma, even Hao Yian, as the heavenly emperor, could not interfere. He was afraid that once he made a move, he would be involved in the karma between the Western sect and the demon sect and become the scapegoat of the Western sect. It would be difficult for him to escape in the future. Therefore, under the circumstances where there is a valid reason, Hao Yian would definitely not interfere in this matter. According to his plan, it should be after Mount Meru was conquered by the demon sect. The Western sect was completely defeated and the disciples fled in all directions. He had just made a move and decided the universe in one fell swoop, directly defeating the demon sect. This way, he would not only severely injure the Western sect, but also not damage his dignity. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. If Hao Ian did not make a move, Feng Zichen would not make a move either. Not to mention that he had a feud with the Western sect. He could not make a move just because he was the one who planned this. Oh, not only did he not make a move, but he also wanted to drag others down without leaving a trace so that others could not make a move. The Lady of Earth would not make a move either. The two of them had repaid kindness with ingratitude and offended the Lady of Earth. The Western sect was truly isolated and helpless. As the saying goes, a just cause enjoys abundant support, and an unjust cause finds little support. Rumble. On Mount Meru, blood clouds filled the air, and evil lightning danced wildly like snakes. It also emitted a strong smell of blood, making the place indescribably gloomy. There was no trace of the previous sacred atmosphere. Through the thick blood clouds, one could vaguely see a group of figures surrounded by dark demonic aura, slaughtering a group of figures surrounded by golden light. At the same time, in a place where outsiders could not see, an invisible devil was silently watching all of this. Mental demon. That's right, this person was the mental demon. After many years of hard work, those who had been forcefully converted by Xuan Ti finally could not resist his bewitchment and became demons. Then 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Soon, half of the Western sect was pulled into the demon sect by the mental demon. As for the remaining half, they were either people with firm minds or people who had been baptized by the Western sect too deeply and could not waver their hearts. However, it was enough for half of the disciples to become demons. It was enough to become the foundation of the new demon sect. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, the mental demon brazenly launched the chaos of Mount Meru and let the disciples who had fallen into the demonic path slaughter the disciples of the Western sect. It strengthened their hearts towards the Tao, demonic, and completely cut off their escape route. After slaughtering their fellow disciples, they could not turn back even if they wanted to. The Western sect would definitely not tolerate them. That's right. The figure surrounded by demonic aura was the disciple of the Western sect who had fallen into the demonic path. The figure with golden light was the disciple of the Western sect who had not become a demon. At this moment, the remaining disciples of the Western sect were facing the massacre of their former fellow disciples. A one-sided massacre. Those who could be converted by Xuan Ti must be extraordinary. In addition, after becoming a demon, their strength would increase by a stage. The two sides, who were originally about the same strength, gradually had a gap. Moreover, with the mental demon holding the fort, the disciples of the Western sect were no match for him. It was normal to be slaughtered one-sidedly. After all, the huge Western sect did not have a single expert that could be used. Whoosh, whoosh, under the feet of the mental demon. The 12th grade mental demon Black Lotus slowly rotated, absorbing the fear, excitement, grief, and other emotions that were emitted from the hearts of everyone present. It transformed them into the purest spiritual power and turned them into the cultivation of the mental demon. Mental demon, the demon in the heart. The power that originated from the heart was the most delicious food in the eyes of the mental demon. At this moment, after luring so many people into the demonic path, the mental demon's cultivation had already entered the early stage of the quasi-saint realm. Although this was the weakest of Feng Zichen's many incarnations, there was nothing he could do. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked the Western sect to not have any experts? After devouring so much spiritual power, his cultivation level was barely lower than the quasi-saint realm. Just as the people of the primordial world were watching the show, the demon sect hiding in the dark was also dumbfounded when they saw the abnormality on Mount Meru. Looking at the aura on Mount Meru, the attacker was undoubtedly the demon sect. However, their people were all here, and no one went out. And the question came, who was the attacker? Other than them, could it be that there were other demon sects in the primordial world? Needless to say, there were really other demon sects in the primordial world. A few days ago, didn't the primordial world just give birth to a new demon sect master? What was happening on Mount Meru right now was most likely his doing. This made the experts of the demon sect feel more uncomfortable. Mount Meru, they wanted. They also wanted to kill the new demon sect master, but they didn't dare to go out. With Luais and Gauchin watching from the outside, once they appeared, they would be greeted by the joint attack of the two gods. With the two gods working together, it wasn't that no one in the primordial world could contend against them. But this person wasn't them. Therefore, this group of demon sect experts could only watch helplessly as the fake demon sect used the banner of the demon sect to do what they wanted to do and crazily offended the saint. They had to take the blame for it. They couldn't explain it even if they wanted to. It was too uncomfortable. If the demon sect was only uncomfortable, then at the distant border of the primordial world and chaos, Zhuan-Ti was about to explode from anger. Such a big thing had happened to the Western sect. As sect masters, how could they not sense it? Immediately, the two of them were about to return to the primordial world. They would crush the demon's bones and scatter his ashes. As for resisting the chaos fiend god, wasn't there still the three pure ones, the Nuwa, and the Tao ancestor here? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of Zhuan-Ti, the Western sect was even more important than the safety of the primordial world. Although it didn't sound good, it was true. Think about it. The Western sect was the foundation of Zhuan-Ti's Tao. If someone took advantage of their absence to destroy the sect, how would they repay the merit they owed the heavenly Tao? Under the backlash of the heavenly Tao, they might lose their positions as saints. Therefore, Zhuan-Ti valued the Western sect so much. Just like today, they had protected the primordial world. But once the Western sect was gone, what was the point of them protecting the primordial world? If the primordial world was gone, the Western sect would definitely be gone. However, if the Western sect was gone, it might not be the same as the primordial world being gone. Right now, the most important thing for Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti was to protect the Western sect. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, the other four people were unhappy. The three pure ones, the Nuwa, and the other three stepped forward and blocked the path of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. Fellow Taoists, where are you going? Yes, across the vast chaos. Even a saint could not sense what was happening in the primordial world. Zhuan-Ti could sense it because the Western sect was their foundation. The Meru Mountain is involved in the fiend calamity and is in danger of being destroyed. The poor Wei and Zhuan-Ti need to return to the primordial world as soon as possible. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, the Taoist priest quickly explained. What? Hearing that, the four of them were overjoyed at first. Then, they seemed to have suddenly realized something and hurriedly put on a pained expression. The speed at which he changed his expression was truly shocking. I didn't expect that after we left, the fiend sect would become so arrogant and dare to attack the Saint Tao orthodoxy. How audacious! Audacious, he forcefully suppressed his laughter. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning cursed angrily. The four people present all had grudges with Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. Now that they saw that they were at a disadvantage, they were extremely happy. They could not help but add insult to injury. Therefore, although the four of them said that they pretended to be enemies on the surface, however, they still had to stop them. Chapter 579. Poor Wei can understand your feelings, fellow Taoists. However, the primordial world is in danger now. We really can't do without manpower. Look, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning stood in front of Zhuan-Ti and said with a troubled expression, the primordial world was in danger, and the saints had the responsibility to protect it. No one could find fault with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning using that as an excuse to stop the two of them from returning to the primordial world. Yes. Second brother is right. Fellow Taoists, you have to think about the overall situation. At the side, after the heavenly lord of primordial beginning finished speaking, the Grand Master of Heaven immediately took over and said in agreement, advising the two of them to think about the overall situation. In an instant, the faces of Zhuan-Ti and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning darkened. They waited gloomily for the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven did not seem to notice that at all. They still had smiles on their faces. They did not even bother to disguise themselves. They directly said that they wanted to laugh at them and not give them a chance to return to the primordial world. Seeing that, the two of them were naturally angry. However, they knew that with their abilities, they could not do anything to the two brothers. Therefore, they could only retract their gazes and look at the Grand Pure One and the Nuwa, who had not spoken. But unfortunately, they were disappointed. Although the two of them did not speak, they knew their attitude from their gloating expressions. Anger, hatred, and helplessness. That was the true portrayal of the hearts of the two of them at that moment. If one or two people objected, they might be able to argue. However, if the four of them joined forces to object, they could not do anything. For the first time, regret rose in the hearts of the two of them. They felt that they had gone too far previously. As a result, they could not find a single good friend in the entire primordial world. However, a moment later, the regret was destroyed by the two of them just as it rose. Saints had no regrets. Saints represented the will of the heavens. They could not be wrong, nor were they allowed to be wrong. Therefore, the ones who were wrong could only be others. At this moment, in the hearts of the two of them, great hatred rose in his heart. That hatred was targeted at the fiend sect, the living beings of the primordial world who stood by idly, and the four saints in front of him. In the end, Zhuan-Ti and the other two forcefully suppressed their anger and looked at Tao Ancestor Hongjun with pleading gazes. It didn't matter if the four saints objected. As long as Tao Ancestor Hongjun agreed, they could return to the primordial world. However, Tao Ancestor Hongjun was even more ruthless than them. Seeing the two of them looking at him, Tao Ancestor Hongjun calmed his mind and handed the control of his body to the will of the heavenly Tao, letting him make the decision. Therefore, when Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Di looked over, they saw a pair of extremely indifferent eyes. Heavenly Tao, you two need not worry. The Western sect has been established by the will of the heavenly Tao. They have taught all living beings in the Western sect on behalf of the heavens and earth. They have boundless merit and have great luck. There is no danger of destruction. Tiandao Hongjun looked at Zhuan-Ti and said faintly. His attitude, it was very clear that they were not allowed to return. However, in order to take care of their emotions, Tiandao Hongjun also promised them that the Western sect would not be destroyed. That's right. The Western sect owed the heavenly Tao a lot of merit. If it was destroyed, wouldn't all the merit he owed be wasted? Therefore, before the merit was paid back, the heavenly Tao would definitely not allow the Western sect to be destroyed unless there was no other choice. But if I don't go back, what will those disciples on Mount Meru do? After receiving Tiandao Hongjun's guarantee, the expressions of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Di eased up a lot. Clearly, they had let go of the burden in their hearts. However, when they thought of the disciples that they had painstakingly nurtured, the two of them felt a little troubled. As teachers, how could they not know the strength of their disciples? If they could be blunt, it would be a miracle if those disciples could block the attack of the demon sect. Don't worry. As long as the two of you are here, the Western sect will never be in danger of destruction. At this moment, seeing that the two of them were worried about their disciples, Tiandao Hongjun spoke again. What? Upon hearing that, the expressions of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti could be said to be extremely interesting. In any case, there was no joy on their faces. On the other side, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the others almost laughed out loud after hearing Tiandao Hongjun's words. Tiandao Hongjun's words were interesting. What did he mean by, as long as Zhuan-Ti is still here, the Western sect will never be in danger of destruction? The meaning of that sentence was very simple. It did not matter if Mount Meru was captured by the demon sect. It did not matter if all the disciples died. As long as they were still here, they could rebuild the Western sect at any time. From Tiandao Hongjuan's attitude, it was not difficult to tell that the sacrifice of the disciples of the Western sect was really nothing in the face of the safety of the primordial world. Of course, the heavenly Tao could abandon the disciples of the Western sect because it did not care. However, Zhuan-Ti could not. Most of the disciples of the Western sect had been sacrificed by them and painstakingly transported from the East. If they were to abandon them just like that, wouldn't it mean that their tens of millions of years of hard work and the price they had paid during that period had all been in vain? The unbearable pain of life. You could not do that. Fellow Taoists, although you can't go back, you can send your clones back. Seeing that the faces of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were gradually distorting, the Grand Pure One finally could not stand it anymore and reminded them. That was not to say that the Grand Pure One was kind-hearted, but that he was facing a great enemy. If he forced him too much, he would easily cause trouble. Therefore, it was time to stop after the commotion. He did not want to force Zhuan-Ti into a corner. It was only in the current situation that it was not appropriate for everyone to force Zhuan-Ti too much. If such a thing happened during the peaceful era, even if the three Pure Ones could not stop Zhuan-Ti, they could still discuss them. Clone? Why didn't I think of that? The Grand Pure One's words reminded Zhuan-Ti and made them heave a sigh of relief. That's right. They still had clones. They were too anxious just now and had forgotten that. From this point, it can be seen that controlling the power of the heavenly Tao to fight with the Chaos Fiend Celestial is extremely exhausting for saints. If not for that, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti would not have lost their minds and forgotten about the matter of clones. He could not appear with his main body, but he could send his clone. Even if the clone of Saint was far weaker than his main body, it was comparable to an ordinary primordial Chaos Tao Master. Thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. After bowing to the Grand Pure One, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti hurriedly raised the three flowers above their heads and released two incarnations. They were their good and evil corpses. Although Tao ancestor Hongjun had created the Tao formulation of severing the three corpses in the primordial world, other than himself, only the Dongwangtai had achieved the Tao. The others had achieved the Tao using other methods. As for the 6 saints, in the end, they all relied on merit to become saints. It was precisely because they relied on merit to become saints that the 3 corpses that the 6 saints had severed were preserved. Among them, other than the Grand Pure One who had severed all 3 corpses and Goddess Nuwa who had severed 1 corpse, the other 4 had severed 2 corpses. Greetings to this sovereign. X4. As soon as Zhuan-Ti's incarnation appeared, he bowed to the 2 of them. There's no need to be so polite. You could go now. Zhuan-Ti was anxious and did not care about the pleasantries. He waved his hand and signaled for them to head to Mount Meru as soon as possible. The 4 incarnations did not hesitate and directly turned into a golden rainbow. They streaked across the vast chaos outside the sky and flew in the direction of the primordial world. Although the 3 corpses technique was mysterious, there were also various restrictions. Among them, the most important thing was that the realm of the 3 corpses was not higher than the main body. It was slightly lower. Therefore, the 4 incarnations of Zhuan-Ti were all half-step primordial chaos. However, because they were the 3 corpses of a saint, they had the foundation of a saint. Although their realm was half-step primordial chaos, their strength was comparable to a Tao Master who had just entered the primordial chaos realm. With the 4 incarnations taking action, the demon sect would not be able to stir up any trouble. Zhuan-Ti thought silently as he looked at the 4 incarnations leaving. Oh, because they had not contacted the primordial world for a long time, the saints did not know about the recent changes in the primordial world. Therefore, they did not know the true strength of the demon sect. If the 4 incarnations found the wrong opponent and bumped into the hands of the real demon sect, the 6 chaos demon gods would be enough to keep them here. Hopefully, they would be fine. Not long after Zhuan-Ti sent out his incarnations, the other saints also sent out their incarnations and ordered them to rush to the primordial world. The encounter of the Western sect it was a reminder to them. Today, the demon sect could attack the Western sect. They might go crazy one day and attack the Rin school, Chan school, or Jie school. They had to be on guard. At the same time, the mental demon on Mount Meru, suddenly, he felt his heart skip a beat, as if a huge crisis was about to descend. This was a warning from the demonic path. Not good. I'm afraid Zhuan Ti's backup plan is coming. As his thoughts raced, the mental demon had already sensed the source of the crisis. Now, he was slaughtering the disciples of the Western sect. Who else could the person who wanted to deal with him be other than Zhuan Ti? I can't stay here for long. I have to leave immediately. At the moment, he was only at the early stage of the sage-to-be realm. Although he did not know what Zhuan Ti's methods were, he was definitely not someone he could deal with now. Therefore, leaving was the best plan. Thinking of this, the mental demon did not hesitate at all. He directly activated the mental demon Black Lotus, swept up the disciples of the Western sect who had been possessed, and hurriedly fled to the ultimate ruins. However, while leaving, the mental demon did not forget to use his supreme magic to create the image of everyone. He continued to kill the remaining disciples of the Western sect to create the illusion that he had not left. The moment the mental demon left, the boundless starry sky suddenly shook violently, and the faint roar of ferocious beasts could be heard. What happened? Almost at the moment when the boundless starry sky was in turmoil, the mighty figures who were still active in the primordial world looked up at the sky. Roar, roar. In their eyes, in the boundless starry sky, apart from the endless stars, there were many connate ferocious beasts. This was a connate ferocious beast was attacking the boundless starry sky. Hiss! Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The chaos of the connate ferocious beasts in the primordial world had just ended. Why was there another chaos of the connate ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky? What an eventful year. This sudden change caused the two emperors, Lu Eyes and Gauchen, who were searching for traces of the demon sect in the primordial world, to not care about searching for the demon sect. They hurriedly returned to the boundless starry sky to help Great Emperor Ziwei suppress the chaos of the connate ferocious beasts. The boundless starry sky. On Ziwei Star, the Lord of the Stars, Feng Zichen quietly looked at the connate ferocious beasts that were causing a ruckus in the starry sky. These connate ferocious beasts, they were all caused by him. In other words, this chaos of the connate ferocious beasts had nothing to do with the chaos demon god. It was caused by Feng Zichen himself. Speaking of which, these were all accidents. In order to increase the attack power of the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen refined the chaos divine fiend and integrated it into Zhouxing, refining the primordial divine fiend. This was originally nothing, but the bad thing was that after that, Feng Zichen also integrated the chaos origin Qi into Zhouxing. Some of the chaos origin Qi integrated into Zhouxing, but some of it also integrated with the primordial divine fiend and gave birth to an extremely special life form, a connate ferocious beast with the star attribute. The birth of any kind of life form, whether good or bad, was the greatest creation in the world. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen, who originally wanted to kill all these connate ferocious beasts, slowly restrained his killing intent and allowed them to evolve. Existence was reasonable. The appearance of these connate ferocious beasts might bring unknown changes to the boundless starry sky. At the very least, it could bring a lot of vitality to the boundless starry sky. It could make the heavenly cycle star gods that were born later feel the pressure and work hard to cultivate. Just this point alone was enough for Feng Zichen to keep these connate ferocious beasts. As time passed, more and more connate ferocious beasts were born in the boundless starry sky, gradually forming a certain scale. Seeing this, Feng Zichen had other thoughts. He wanted to use this to put on a big show and deceive everyone in the primordial world, so that he could summon Lu Eyes and Gauchen. If he did not have a suitable reason to summon the two of them, how could he make the experts of the demon sect appear and take the blame for the mental demon? Therefore, A riot of connate ferocious beasts that affected the entire boundless starry sky erupted on a grand scale. Of course, the connate ferocious beasts created by Feng Zichen were definitely not as strong as those created by the Chaos Demon God. The reason why they had such great power was all because Feng Zichen was adding scenes and special effects for them. In any case, this was the boundless starry sky, and Feng Zichen had absolute control. If he secretly tampered with it, no one would be able to tell. However, this plan was really crude, and it was inevitable that there would be many suspicious points. However, even if everyone racked their brains, they would never have thought that those connate ferocious beasts were all created by Feng Zichen himself. The chaos of the connate ferocious beasts that affected the boundless starry sky was completely a trick directed by him. This kind of thing, even if Feng Zichen took the initiative to say it, no one would believe it. It was too unrealistic and too fake. Chapter 580. The fake was real, and the real was fake. Truth and falsehood were often more unfathomable, making it impossible to detect the problem. It also made it impossible for anyone to suspect Feng Zichen. The chaos of the innate beasts broke out in the boundless starry sky. They were worried about Zhou safety. It was completely reasonable for the two emperors, Gaochen and Luai's, to rush back to the boundless starry sky. No one would think that there was a problem. This way, it would give the experts of the demonic sects a breather, allowing them to free up their hands to deal with the inner demons. If Luai's and Gaochen did not leave, the experts of the demonic sects would have scruples. How would they dare to show their faces in the primordial world? Only when the two emperors had something to do and left would the experts of the demonic sects dare to walk out from the dark. And something that could make the two emperors leave had to be something that shocked the primordial world and shook its foundation. Otherwise, the purpose would be too obvious. The experts of the demonic sects would definitely not fall for it. Therefore, there was the outbreak of the innate beasts. The boundless starry sky was not only the foundation of great emperors away, but also the foundation of the great emperor of the South Pole and Gaochen. Once something happened, the two emperors would have to return to the boundless starry sky to prevent their foundation from being destroyed. When the experts of the demonic sect saw this scene, they would not have any doubts. They would only feel that their opportunity had come, and they would definitely attack the inner demons. Compared to the Xian sect, the experts of the demonic sects hated the inner demons even more, because the inner demons were internal problems. If they were not eliminated in time, then in the future, it was not certain who would be in charge of the demonic sections. This was shaking their foundation. It was even more detestable than the Xian sect. They absolutely could not be left behind. In a mysterious void, the remaining experts of the demonic sects watched as the figures of Gaochen and Luai's slowly disappeared into the boundless starry sky. They finally confirmed that the two of them had really left. So, they moved. 6 terrifying figures quietly disappeared and arrived near Mount Meru. The 6 of them spread out according to the directions of the 6 directions, sealing off the east, west, north, and south. They completely blocked all the escape routes. They were determined to kill the inner demons in one fell swoop. However, when they sealed off the 6 directions of heaven and earth and attacked Mount Meru, they realized that the figures left here were all illusions. Damn it, he ran away. An angry voice suddenly came from the void. Immediately after, an invisible force spread out and shattered all of the phantoms. The remaining disciples of the Western sect also shattered along with the illusions. How terrifying was the fury of a chaos demon god! Daluo Jingxian was no different from an ant in front of them. With a thought, they could kill him countless times. It just so happened that none of the remaining disciples of the Western sect were Daluo Jingxian. They were all in the realm of Tai Jingxian. Note, at this point, none of the 3rd-generation disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders had become Daluo Jingxian. It doesn't make sense that the Western sect, which is weaker than the 3 sects, has a disciple who can cultivate Daluo Jinxian. TSK, TSK, TSK. In this way, facing the wrath of the chaos demonic god, the remaining disciples of the Western sect were shattered along with the phantoms before they could even scream. Speaking of which, the chaos demonic god was not deliberately targeting them. He was just venting his anger. However, who told him to be so weak? Merely his anger had killed them all. The chaos demon god naturally did not care about that at all. After all, who would care about the life and death of ants? At this point, the disciples of the Western sect were all wiped out, and the two saints had become generals without an army. Oh, that's not right either. Not all the disciples of the Western sect had died. At the very least, those disciples who had gone out to travel had escaped because they were not on Mount Meru. That's right, the direct disciples of the two saints, relying on the life-saving method bestowed by the saints, they left Mount Meru in time. They did not die in this calamity. However, after this incident, the Western sect was no different from being wiped out. Seeing that the mental demons had left, the 6 chaos demon gods did not want to stay here for long and wanted to leave. It was not that they did not want to take back the ancestral court of the demon sect, but the conditions did not allow it. They were afraid that as soon as they rebuilt the ancestral court, Heavenly Emperor Hao Ian and the 4 heavenly emperors would charge over. They could not defend left and right, so why waste their energy to take down Mount Meru? It was better to wait for the demon ancestor Rahu to come out of seclusion before making a plan. However, the 6 chaos demon gods wanted to leave, but someone did not want them to leave. That was because the good and evil corpses that received Zhuan-Ti had rushed back from the chaos beyond the heavens. From afar, the 4 incarnations saw that the remaining disciples of the Western sect had died tragically at the hands of the demon sect experts. In an instant, the eyes of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti turned red. Monstrous anger erupted from their hearts and directly turned into a substance. It formed a terrifying black flame that burned crazily in the void, emitting waves that could burn everything. You damn it, damn it, damn it. Furious voices came from the 4 mouths and echoed between heaven and earth, triggering all kinds of shocking phenomena. Swoosh! The 4 of them approached from afar and stopped in front of the 6 chaos demon gods, blocking their path. A great battle was about to break out, and that was Feng Zichen's goal. The mental demons left in advance, and then the chaos demon god rushed over, only to find that he had been tricked. In his anger, he accidentally killed the disciples of the Western sect. Thus, the demon sect was the scapegoat. The mental demons could stay out of the matter and sit and watch the 2 tigers fight. Both sides had enmity with him. No matter which side suffered, Feng Zichen was happy to see it happen. Of course, this plan was not very clever. It could not be hidden from the experts of the demon sect, but they could not explain it. First of all, it was indeed done by the demon sect. Moreover, they were the ones who killed the people. Although there was a misunderstanding, the people did die in their hands. There was no way to explain this point. Moreover, with the pride of the demon sect, they would not allow them to explain. Otherwise, once they explained and said that it was a misunderstanding, wouldn't it be equivalent to them admitting defeat to the Western sect? That was absolutely impossible. When facing the powerful Xian sect, they could still not lower their heads. Now, if they lower their heads to a branch of the Xian sect, they would be embarrassed to death without the Xian sect doing anything. Therefore, they would definitely take the blame. What about Zhuan-Ti? At that time, they were burning with anger. Perhaps they could not see the twists and turns. However, when they calmed down, they would definitely realize that something was wrong and figure everything out. But so what? Because of this incident, the Western sect and the demon sect had formed a deadly feud. Even if they knew the truth, they would only have one more enemy. Of course, no matter how good Feng Zichen was at scheming, it was impossible for him to calculate the time when Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti's clones returned. In other words, it was a complete accident that the 4 incarnations saw the demon god of chaos kill the disciples of the Western sect. It had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. According to Feng Zichen's original plan, it was just to shift the blame of attacking Mount Meru to the demon sect. However, who knew that the demon sect's luck was so bad that Zhuan-Ti, who had returned, happened to see the scene of his murder. Feng Zichen did not expect such a situation. However, its occurrence undoubtedly made Feng Zichen's plan to shift the blame even more perfect. It could be said to be a stroke of genius. In the face of such a situation, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. The demon sect was really unlucky. They could even encounter something with such a small probability. The Khanate Bodhi Tree and the Khanate Mind-Clearing Divine Lotus. On Mount Meru, one of the 6 Chaos Demon Gods stared at Zhuan-Ti for a long time and said, without a doubt, the Khanate Bodhi Tree was Taoist Zhuan-Ti's background. As for the Khanate Mind-Clearing Divine Lotus, if nothing went wrong, it should be the origin of Taoist Zhuan-Ti. What a big secret! Who would have thought that the Chaos Demon God would reveal the origin of Saint Jiayin, whose origin no one knew? No wonder Jiayin was so talented and had a very harmonious relationship with Zhuan-Ti. It turned out that he was also a manifestation of a Khanate spiritual root, the Khanate Mind-Clearing Divine Lotus, one of the top 10 Khanate spiritual roots of the primordial world. It could allow one to maintain a clear Tao heart and be closer to the great Tao. It was indeed the number 1 auxiliary spiritual root in the primordial world. At this moment, the great mystical abilities who were paying attention to the situation there perked up after hearing the Chaos Demon God's words. They focused their attention there and waited for the Chaos Demon God's next words. As soon as they met, the origins of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were completely exposed. What about after that? It cannot be said. The greater secret of the two of them. It would also be exposed by the Chaos Demon God. Indeed, the incarnations of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti did not respond to the Chaos Demon God's words. However, judging from their attitude, their emotions fluctuated slightly after hearing the Chaos Demon God's words. Although it was quickly covered up, those who dared to pay attention to this place were all experts among experts. How could they not notice it? Based on this point, the spectators could confirm that the Chaos Demon God's words were true. In the depths of the void, the incarnations of the 4 saints who had rushed back to the primordial world. They were preparing to return to their homes to guard their respective Taoist temples. However, who would have thought that the Chaos Demon God would reveal such a big piece of information? For a moment, they all stopped in their tracks and quietly looked at Mount Meru. The primordial world knew a lot about the origin of Taoist Zhuan-Ti. However, only Tao ancestor Hong Jun knew the origin of Saint Jiayin. Therefore, the words of the Chaos Demon God caused such a huge commotion. On Mount Meru, the incarnations of Zhuan-Ti looked at the Chaos Demon God quietly without saying anything. Mainly, they did not know what to say. Judging from the posture of the Chaos Demon God, it was obvious that he knew a lot about their origin. Perhaps he was related to their predecessors in some way. Alas, I said, what's wrong with you? The incarnations of Zhuan-Ti did not speak, but the Chaos Demon God did speak. As the descendants of the Chaos Demon God, why did you become the lackeys of the primordial world? His words shocked the world. No one had expected that the Chaos Demonic God would reveal such shocking news as soon as he opened his mouth. Zhuan-Ti was the descendant of the Chaos Demon God. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for all living beings in the primordial world. If this news was true, it was enough to subvert too many things. It would make everyone reevaluate the existence of Zhuan-Ti and change the current situation of the primordial world. It could even shake the saint positions of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. Swish, 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 because they were too shocked. Everyone did not care about hiding their existence and exposed themselves one after another. They looked at the Chaos Demon God with bright eyes, waiting for his explanation. Based on the empty words of the Chaos Demon God, without any evidence, of course, it was impossible for everyone to directly confirm the identity of Zhuan-Ti. That was a heavenly path saint. The implications were completely beyond imagination, unless the Chaos Demon God showed evidence. Facing everyone's bright eyes, the chaos demon god, shook his head and did not take it to heart. After that, he stretched out his hands and formed a mysterious Taoist seal. In the void, two huge demon god seals slowly condensed. There was a huge lotus flower that was rooted in the chaos sea and a huge tree that was flowing with colorful light. Chaos demon god. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the two huge chaos demon god seals. He recognized the origin of the two seals, the mind of the chaos demon god, and the wisdom of the chaos demon god. The mind demon god, the chaos demon god, who controlled the great path of mind. The wisdom demon god, the chaos demon god who controlled the great path of wisdom. The strength of these two chaos demon gods belonged to the upper class, even among the chaos demon gods who were full of experts. They were second only to the top chaos demon gods like time, destruction, and fate. It seems that what the chaos demon god said is very likely true. Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti must be related to the chaos demon god. Frowning slightly, Feng Zichen said absent-mindedly. He might not be able to recognize the lotus flower. However, the huge tree was very similar to the innate Bodhi tree, except that it was more mysterious. If Feng Zichen guessed correctly, it was the source of the innate Bodhi tree, the chaotic wisdom tree. Zhuan Ti might not be cultivating the path of wisdom, but the innate Bodhi tree was called the wisdom tree in the untainted land. The relationship between the two was self-evident. The innate Bodhi tree should be transformed from the remains of the wisdom tree. In other words, Zhuan Ti was indeed a descendant of the chaos demon god. As for Zhuan Ti, he was even more amazing. He majored in the path of mind. In addition, the aura on the huge lotus flower was very similar to his. There was no doubt that even if he was not a descendant of the mind demon god, he must be related to it. Perhaps he was the reincarnation of the mind demon god, or container like the experts of the devil sect. Feng Zichen could sense this, so the other great magicians of the untainted land could naturally sense it as well. They looked calm on the surface, but secretly they surrounded the incarnation of Zhuani, who was receiving Zhuanti. At the same time, after receiving the news from the three corpses, the true bodies of the saints far away in the sky screen did not change their expressions, but they secretly looked at Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Note, the three corpses have the same mind as the true body. They can transmit information at any time. The origin of Zhuan Ti could be hidden from them, but it could not be hidden from Tao Ancestor Hongjun. But even so, the Tao Ancestor still accepted them as disciples. Therefore, the three pure ones, Niwa, and the other three needed an explanation. Why did Tao Ancestor Hongjun accept them as disciples when he knew their identities? Did he not know that? Those who are not of my race must have different intentions. Chapter 581. Don't underestimate the fact that Zhuanti was a descendant of the chaos demon god. The impact it brought was too great. In the past, everyone could make a fuss and fight. But after all, they were all descendants of Pangu. They all had the mark of Pangu on their bodies. They were all connate god fiends of Pangu's lineage. But who knew? The Zhuani were not, but the enemies of Pangu's divine lineage, the descendants of the chaos demon god. That was infuriating. If the primordial world was compared to a big family, then the countless living beings born from Panga's legacy were considered members of this family, and the descendants of the chaos demon god were called outsiders. Now, the Zhuani, these two outsiders, not only were they doing well in the primordial world, but they had also become supreme saints. How could the members of Pangu's divine lineage, who knew the truth, tolerate this situation? The primordial world was the descendant of Pangu, not the descendant of the chaos demon god. Allowing them to live in the primordial world was already out of consideration for the goodness of the heavens. But if they were allowed to live in a high position, the vast primordial world actually had to let two outsiders be in charge. Believe? As long as the members of Pangu's divine lineage had a little courage, They would not tolerate such a thing happening. This was a matter of principle. If this situation became the norm, then wouldn't the sacrifices of the ancestors be in vain? The descendants of the Chaos Demon God and the descendants of Pangu had a long history of conflict. It could be traced back to the beginning of the world and the birth of life. At that time, the creatures born at the beginning of the world were divided into two camps: the Khanate god-fiends of Pangu's divine lineage and the Khanate fierce gods, beasts, of the Chaos Demon God's camp. They were natural enemies and were destined not to exist together. Therefore, there was the outbreak of the ancient fierce beast calamity. This was the war between the descendants of Pangu and the descendants of the Chaos Demon God. In the end, the descendants of Pangu won the final victory after paying a huge price. After that, there was no trace of the descendants of the Chaos Demon God in the primordial world. But unexpectedly, there were two fish that escaped the net in front of them. Furthermore, he had become one of the rulers of the world. It wasn't easy for the ancestors to conquer the world. They weren't going to allow the descendants of the enemy to ride roughshod over their own disciples. This kind of thing, it was absolutely intolerable. He had to get an explanation. Therefore, the people of the primordial world surrounded Junti. This was not because they were harmful to the primordial world, but because of their identities. They were not fools. Of course, they did not think that Junti and Junti would give up their hard-earned sainthood, betray the untainted land, and join the camp of the chaos demonic god just because of a few words. They surrounded them because of their standpoint. As the descendants of Pangu, they could not tolerate the descendants of the chaos demon god. Just as Hao Yin and the others gradually surrounded the incarnation of Junti on Mount Meru, the atmosphere in the distant sky gradually became subtle. The three pure ones, Nuwa, and the other three joined forces and looked at Tao ancestor Hongjun at the same time, vaguely wanting to force him to abdicate. If there was no explanation for this matter, they would never let it go. Of course, they were not targeting Tao ancestor Hongjun, but the heavenly Tao that was in charge of everything. Regarding the distribution of the sainthood, it was obvious that Tao ancestor Hongjun could not make the decision. The one who could truly make the decision was the heavenly Tao. If Tao ancestor Hongjun could make the decision, there would be no need for Junti and Junti. They would have long gone to wherever it was cool. Master, do you have anything to say about this? After a long silence, the leader of the group, the Grand Pure One, said in a deep voice. The four of them could be said to be the rulers of the Panga divine system, especially the three pure ones, who claimed to be the authentic Pangu. There was no reason for them to stay out of such a major matter that concerned the foundation of the primordial world. Even if they had to face the heavenly Tao, they had to brace themselves. In the primordial world, only Pangu was supreme. Although the heavenly Tao was big, it was not as big as Pangu. In the name of righteousness, even if they faced the heavenly Tao, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the other three were not afraid at all. They even dared to question directly. Although the primordial world was created by the great Taoist priests of Pangu, it devoured too much of the origin of the Chaos Fiend Celestial during its birth. Therefore, the world and the Chaos Fiend Celestial formed karma. In order to repay this karma, I will give the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial two sainthood positions. At some point in time, the will of the heavenly Tao had already occupied Tao ancestor Hongjun's body and explained to the four of them indifferently. Hearing that, the four of them fell silent. Karma. It was karma again. There was really no way around it, and no way to escape it. The power of karma was unimaginably powerful. Even if a saint could not be tainted by karma, he could not escape the constraints of karma. In fact, not to mention a saint, even someone as powerful as Pangu lived in the constraints of karma and could not transcend. As long as a living being had not reached the supreme realm of the great Tao, they could not be considered to have truly perfected and transcended. They had to live in the constraints of karma and reincarnation. What about the future? Are there any descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial who are occupying high positions? After a long silence, the Grand Pure One asked again. However, judging from his attitude, he had acknowledged the existence of Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti. There was nothing they could do about it. The heavenly Tao had already said that this was karma. What could they do? One had to know that karma, no matter how big or small it was, it had to be returned as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, karma would continue to be involved, causing it to become bigger and bigger. If they wanted to repay it, the price would be huge. In order to stop the losses in time, the heavenly Tao directly gave the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial 2 sainthood positions to understand the karma between the primordial world and the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Even if the Nuwa 3 pure ones were dissatisfied, she could not say anything. That was because that was the best solution. However, after this matter, Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti would not have a good time in the primordial world. At the very least, the other saints and the great mystical abilities of the primordial world would not have any good expressions when they saw the 2 of them in the future. In the past, although everyone had disputes, they only looked down on the Western sect and felt that it was too barren. They even despised the actions of the 2 saints. However, they would not go overboard. However, now, as Zhuan Ti's background was exposed, his position changed. He turned from a family member to an outsider. The previous harmony would not be maintained. Henceforth, the matter of the 6 of them working together would probably not happen again. In fact, the Nuwa 3 pure ones would even work together to secretly suppress Zhuan Ti and obstruct the development of the Western sect. Since the primordial world has evolved until now, it has consumed too much of the essence of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Therefore, with this merit, the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial are also a part of the primordial world. Whether they can occupy high positions in the future depends on your methods. Tian Dao Hong Jun said indifferently. Judging from his words, he did not deny the possibility of the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial becoming the mainstream of the world. Just as he had said, the Chaos Fiend Celestial had also contributed to the scale of the primordial world. They had contributed to the primordial world. Therefore, their descendants were also a part of the primordial world and enjoyed the same rights as the Panga divine system. As for whether they could become the upper echelons of the primordial world, it would depend on the ability of the Panga divine system. Even if you suppress the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the way of heaven would not interfere. On the contrary, under the suppression of the Panga divine system, the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial would still rise. The way of heaven would also not interfere with their attainment. Whether the descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial could rise depended on the means of the Panga divine system. Anyway, as long as the 2 sides did not want to destroy the primordial world, the way of heaven did not care who was in charge of the primordial world. We understand. Retracting their gazes, the Nuwa 3 pure ones secretly made up their minds. After this matter was over and they returned to the primordial world, they would carefully search the primordial world and find the remaining descendants of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. They would see how much negative karma they had and decide whether to kill them or send them into reincarnation. Fellow Taoists, please don't worry. Since Zhuan Ti was born in the primordial world, he will naturally prioritize the primordial world and will not wallow in the mire with the Chaos Fiend Celestial. At this moment, Zhuan Ti said at the same time, they were also very helpless. Their birth was not something they could decide. It was true that they did not want to be the descendants of the Pangu, but the conditions really did not allow it. At this moment, Zhuan Ti's heart was also extremely bitter. From now on, the 2 of them were completely isolated in the primordial world. The Panga divine system was self-contained and had already excluded the 2 of them. The past is like the past. The Poor Way senior brother and junior brother do not know the Chaos Heart-Cleansing Lotus or the Chaos Wisdom Tree. They only know the primordial Chaos Heart-Cleansing Lotus and the primordial Bodhi Tree. Poor Way Guide. Poor Way Zhuan Ti. Greetings, fellow Taoists. With a thought, Zhuan Ti's will cross the vast chaos and descended on the incarnation. He said to the Chaos Fiend Celestial. He wanted to show that he had nothing to do with the Chaos Fiend Celestial and completely draw a line with him. He wanted to avoid causing misunderstandings among the living beings of the primordial world and causing unnecessary trouble. The descendants of the chaos will eventually return to the embrace of the chaos. This is fate and destiny. You can't escape. One day, you will understand. In the end, you're different from them. Seeing that Zhuan-Ti refused to return to the embrace of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the 6 Chaos Fiend Celestial were not angry. They just made a prophecy. They hinted at Zhuan-Ti that no matter how they rejected the Chaos Fiend Celestial, they would eventually join the camp of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. In this regard, Zhuan-Ti was non-committal. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Anyway, for now, they had decided to draw a line with the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Fellow Taoists, this karma needs to be settled. In order to prove his determination to draw a line with the Chaos Fiend Celestial, Zhuan-Ti could not care less about the huge gap between them. He gritted his teeth and charged toward the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Boom! Boom! A terrifying battle broke out. 6 Chaos Fiend Celestial of the Chaos Primordial Chaos Realm against 4 incarnations of the Saints whose combat strength was comparable to the Chaos Primordial Chaos Realm. As a result, the incarnations of the Saints were naturally suppressed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial. After all, the incarnations were not the original body. The difference in strength was too great. Everyone, let's do it! Seeing that the 4 incarnations of Zhuan-Ti were about to be killed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the 3 pure ones who were hiding in the dark finally could not stand it anymore and decided to help. No matter how dissatisfied Zhuan-Ti was, they could not sit and watch his incarnations be killed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial in the face of a great enemy. Wasn't this forcing him to surrender to the Chaos Fiend Celestial? Whoosh! The incarnations of the 3 pure ones and Yua's incarnations, a total of 8 Chaos Primordial Chaos Realm experts, appeared from the void and charged toward the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Note, the 3 pure ones, the 2 pure ones, the 2 pure ones, and the 1 Yua. The 12 Chaos Primordial Chaos Realm experts attacked together. Even the Chaos Fiend Celestial was no match for them. They quickly withdrew and fled into the void, disappearing. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Suppressing his injuries, Zhuan-Ti's incarnation thanked the 3 pure ones and Yua's incarnation. No need to be so polite. It's all for the primordial world. They waved their hands, indicating that they did not need to care. Then, they remained silent. In the end, the 4 pure ones and Yua took a deep look at the 2 of them and left. At this point, both sides did not know what to say. It was better to let time prove everything. However, during the entire process, they did not notice the extremely hidden and strange light in the eyes of Saint Zhuan-Ti. Just as the 2 of them were being suppressed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial, various inheritances of the Chaos Fiend Celestial were transmitted to the heart of Saint Zhuan-Ti through their attacks. In other words, the Chaos Fiend Celestial took the opportunity to secretly pass on all kinds of inheritances about himself to Saint Zhuan-Ti. This action was very secretive. Not to mention the spectators, even Saint Zhuan-Ti did not notice it at all. Strange. Very strange. Why did the Chaos Fiend Celestial pass on his inheritance? Saint Zhuan-Ti did not know, but he understood that the inheritance passed on by the Chaos Fiend Celestial could help him solve the dilemma he was facing. Recruit disciples and reorganize the orthodoxy. Because of this, Saint Zhuan-Ti accepted the inheritance of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. He could not refuse this temptation. However, Saint Zhuan-Ti also understood that it was not so easy to take the things of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. In the future, he would definitely have to pay a greater price for this. However, at this time, the most important thing was how to reorganize the orthodoxy. As for other things, they were secondary. Originally, it was very difficult for the Western sect to recruit disciples in the primordial world. After this, it would become even more difficult. It could even be said that they could not recruit disciples. No one was willing to join the Western sect. If they could not even recruit disciples, how could they reorganize the orthodoxy and prosper the Western sect? However, at this moment, the Chaos Fiend Celestial provided them with a direction that could solve the problem of the Western sect not being able to recruit disciples. In this way, how could Saint Juan T refuse? Even if he knew that he was asking a tiger for its skin, he had to grit his teeth and agree, because the huge loan was like Mount Bujo pressing on their bodies. It brought them great pressure and did not allow them to breathe for a moment. Accepting the inheritance of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, Juan T had no choice but to accept it. If this move brought a certain amount of harm to the primordial world in the future, then blame the heavenly Tao. If it were not for the huge loan, how could Juan T and Saint Juan T live such a tiring life? Lowering the bottom line step by step. Chapter 582. With the departure of the Chaos Demon God, Mount Meru gradually regained its peace. However, the damage caused by this incident could not be healed in a short period of time. For example, in this tribulation of Mount Meru, a small half of the disciples of the Western sect could not resist the bewitchment of the inner demons and fell into the demonic path, never to return. Among the remaining disciples, a small portion was killed by the disciples of the Western sect who had fallen into the demonic path led by the inner demons. The rest were all killed by the anger of the Chaos Demon God. At this point, almost all the disciples of the Western sect were killed. Only a few disciples managed to escape the calamity because they were not on Mount Meru due to their travels. Of course, the losses of the Western sect were not limited to that. First, the inner demons suddenly attacked and died Mount Meru, awakening the powerful demonic nature that had been buried for countless years in the depths of Mount Meru. As a result, Mount Meru, the primitive Holy Land, completely turned into a peerless demonic domain. Then, in order to take revenge for the destruction of the sect, the 4 incarnations of Juan T and the 6 Tao Master-level Chaos Demon Gods began a shocking battle. However, the Chaos Demon Gods were too fierce. Juan T was no match for them and gradually fell into a disadvantage. In the end, it was the 3 Pure Ones Nuwa who joined the battle and joined forces with Juan T. Only then did they force the 6 Chaos Demon Gods back. However, it was also because of this that Mount Meru could be said to have suffered calamity. Think about it. 6 primordial Chaos Demon Gods. In addition, the 3 Pure Ones Nuwa had 12 incarnations with primordial chaos combat strength of the 6 Saints Juan T. A total of 18 primordial chaos existences fought on Mount Meru. Even if Mount Meru was the number 1 holy land of the Western sect and the location of the ancestral bloodline, it could not withstand such destruction. Even the Heaven Realm was on the verge of destruction under the bloody battle of several primordial chaos experts, let alone Mount Meru. Therefore, after this battle, Mount Meru was almost razed to the ground. All the spiritual veins were shattered. Even the Western ancestral bloodline, which had recovered some vitality with great difficulty, only had a trace of vitality left. Even the ancestral bloodline was so miserable, not to mention the various treasures that Juan T had set up on Mount Meru. For example, there were no traces of the 8 treasures merit pool. As for the merit golden lotus in the pool, it had long been swept away by the inner demons. Ever since Juan T had occupied Mount Meru, countless years had passed. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been used to build Mount Meru into a top-notch grotto heaven in the primordial world. But he never thought that. A sudden battle had destroyed Juan Ti's life's work in an instant. Almost all of his disciples had perished, and his foundation had been destroyed by the flames of war. How could the word tragic be enough to describe it? At the ruins of Mount Meru, the devilish aura was treacherous, and the smell of blood lingered. Wisps of baleful aura rose into the air, and from time to time, the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods could be heard. If someone who was unaware of the situation were to come here, they would most likely think that this was a gathering place for devils. However, There were two figures whose bodies emitted a holy and peaceful aura, quietly standing in this place that was filled with dense demonic chi and evil aura. They quietly looked to the front, as though they were reminiscing about something. They completely ignored the oppressive, evil aura around them. These two people were the Zhuan-Ti of reception. What they remembered was naturally the Western sect that was once prosperous in the past, the legendary supreme orthodoxy that had the inheritance of two saints. Looking at the shattered mountains, the charred ground, and the dark red bloodstains in front of them, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were speechless for a long time. They felt bitter in their hearts. It was gone. It was all gone. All their efforts had been in vain. Everything they had paid previously now seemed so laughable. After a long silence, Saint Jie-in finally made a move. He gently waved his hand and cut open the boundless void. He brought Saint Zhuan-Ti to the upper-class world that he had created, the Elysium Great World. Junior brother, what do you think of this method? In the Elysium Great World, Saint Jie-in repeatedly confirmed that no one could spy on this place before he spoke to Saint Zhuan-Ti. Just now, he had passed on the inheritance that he had obtained from the Chaos Demon God to Saint Zhuan-Ti. Senior brother, this is, after receiving the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God from Saint Jie-in, Saint Zhuan-Ti was first shocked. Then, he frowned and pondered carefully. After a while, he pretended to be enlightened and praised. This method is wonderful. At this point, Saint Zhuan-Ti could not hide the excitement in his heart. He could not help but say, if this method can be popularized, then not to mention rebuilding the Western sect, even if it prospers in the world, there will be more possibilities than before. But at this point, Saint Zhuan-Ti could not help but pause and say worriedly, however, if the two of us really follow this method, we will definitely offend the three pure ones, the Nuwa, the entire celestial sect of wonders, and even all the gods of the Panga divine system. Saint Zhuan-Ti had no choice but to hesitate. Although the method passed down by the Chaos Demon God was of great help to rebuilding the Western sect, it was too shocking. Once they did it, it was equivalent to breaking off ties with the Panga divine system. Do you know why? It turned out that the inheritance that the Chaos Demon God had passed down to Saint Jie-in was a method to enlighten connate ferocious beasts. In other words, after learning this inheritance, Saint Zhuan-Ti and Saint Jie-in could use this to enlighten the connate ferocious beasts, remove the murderous aura in their bodies, open their wisdom, and enlighten their true spirits. This allowed the connate ferocious beasts to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves like the creatures of the primordial world and completely embark on the path of cultivation. This method was naturally very good for the current Zhuan-Yi of receiving yin-yang. However, for the connate gods and demons of the Pangu divine system, it was intolerable. This was shaking their foundation. In a short period of time, perhaps they could not see anything. However, as time passed, it was inevitable that all kinds of accidents would occur, causing the connate ferocious beast to surpass the Pangu divine system and become the mainstream of the primordial world. Although the possibility of this was extremely small and seemed to be completely impossible. However, in the end, no matter how small the possibility was, it still existed. They had to be on guard. Anything that could shake the foundation of the Pangu divine system should be killed in the cradle. This was called nipping the problem in the bud. How could the foundation left behind by the ancestors be allowed to be controlled by the bandits? Therefore, once Zhuan-Ti used this method, he would definitely offend the Panga divine system. However, at this moment, did Zhuan-Ti have a choice? They did not. At this moment, just the identity of the descendant of the Chaos Fiend God was enough to make most of the living beings of the primordial world refuse to join the Western sect. If they could not take in disciples, the Western sect would never prosper. Therefore, in order to rebuild the Western sect, Zhuan-Ti and Saint Zhuan-Ti would definitely use this method. They had no choice. If they could not take in the living beings of the primordial world as disciples, they would take in the connate ferocious beasts as disciples. As powerful living beings born from the flesh and blood of the Chaos Fiend God, the power of the Khanate ferocious beasts was obvious to all. Of course, there were gains and losses. It was because they were too powerful that they lacked the crucial intelligence. However, it was undeniable that once the Khanate ferocious beasts gained intelligence and made up for their shortcomings, they would definitely soar into the sky and become a major force in the primordial world. Would the Western sect, which had obtained this help, be far from prospering in the world? The only pity was that almost all the Khanate ferocious beasts in the primordial world had died. New Khanate ferocious beasts still needed an extremely long period of time to be reborn. In a short period of time, Zhuan would probably not be able to carry out the plan to enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts. As for whether this would offend the Panga divine system, Zhuan did not care anymore. Because, junior brother, what do you think? Even if we don't carry out this plan, won't we offend the Panga divine system? After a moment of silence, Saint Zhuan said leisurely. Hearing this, Saint Zhuan suddenly paused. That's right. Even if they did not enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts, their relationship with the Panga divine system would not be the same as before. Estrangement, from the moment their identities were exposed, once it was formed, it would be difficult to heal. Even if they risked universal condemnation and enlightened the Khanate ferocious beasts, it would only make the already unharmonious relationship between them and the Panga divine system worse. This price, compared to the future of the Western sect, it was really nothing. Senior brother, you're right. After thinking through the key point, Saint Zhuan was no longer worried about gains and losses. He directly made a decision in his heart. He would do this matter just like that. Moreover, after making a decision, Saint Zhuan even found an extremely suitable reason for himself in his heart to eliminate the uneasiness caused by them joining forces with the Chaos Fiend God. Senior brother, the Heavenly Tao has said that the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God are also members of the primordial world. They have the possibility of becoming the ruler of the world. From this, it can be seen that enlightening the Khanate ferocious beasts is the will of the heavens. The two of us are just taking advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? The Heavenly Tao has just finished saying that the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God are also members of the primordial world. Then, Senior Brother obtained the method to enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts from the Chaos Fiend God. Perhaps everything that we've experienced is part of the Heavenly Tao's plan. As he spoke, Saint Zhuan felt that what he said made sense. He even came up with a conspiracy theory. Senior Brother, do you think it's possible? The Heavenly Tao saw that the power of the Pangu divine system was getting stronger and stronger. It was gradually losing control. That's why it borrowed the hands of the two of us to support the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God to fight against the increasingly powerful Panga divine system and achieve the goal of balancing the situation of the primordial world. After saying that, Saint Zhuan looked at Saint Jia with bright eyes, looking forward to his answer. However, Saint Jiayan's next action clearly disappointed him. Saint Jiayan's expression changed, and he scolded softly. Junior brother, be careful with your words. What does the Heavenly Tao's plan have to do with you? How can you guess the Heavenly Tao's plan? At this moment, Saint Jiayan was also very speechless. What was wrong with his junior brother? He was usually quite smart. Why didn't he understand the principle that trouble came from the mouth today? It was fine to think about such a thing in his heart. How could he say it out loud? If this matter was fake, it would be fine. If it was true and Taoist Zhuan revealed the Heavenly Tao's plan, wouldn't he be marked by the Heavenly Tao for no reason and cause trouble for himself? Saint Jiayan was anxious. From this, it could be seen that in his heart, he vaguely agreed with Saint Zhuan words. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious? He subconsciously thought that this matter was true and was worried that Saint Zhuan, who had revealed the Heavenly Tao's plan, will be targeted by the Heavenly Tao. Senior brother, you're right. I was a little carried away. After this matter, I will begin to practice silent meditation and not say a word for 1,000,000 years. Remember today's lesson." At that moment, Saint Juanti also realized what a stupid thing he had done just now and hurriedly said, "That's good too." Practicing the vow of silence is also a good way to temper your jumpy personality. Moreover, in the future, it's best for you and I to communicate with each other in our hearts to avoid causing any unknown trouble. Saint Jiayin nodded and said, "Senior brother, you're right." Saint Juanti said in a low voice, "You." Seeing Saint Juanti like this, Saint Jiayin shook his head and smiled. He did not say anything. For a moment, the two of them fell silent. In their hearts, they silently pondered the possibility of this matter being schemed by the heavenly Tao. It did not matter if they did not think about it, but when they thought about it, they were shocked. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this matter was inseparable from the heavenly Tao. It was as if no one could escape his scheme. They thought silently for a while. The two of them were afraid of being sensed by the heavenly Tao, so they did not dare to continue thinking. If this matter was really schemed by the heavenly Tao, then he was too terrifying. Even the chaos demon god was in his scheme. Of course, this could be purely because they were thinking too much and scaring themselves. This matter had nothing to do with the heavenly Tao. The smarter a person was, the easier it was for them to think too much, especially a schemer like Saint Juanti. His heart was filled with schemes and tricks, so naturally, everything he saw looked like a scheme. In short, whether this matter was really related to the heavenly Tao or not, it was not something they should worry about. What they wanted to do was nothing more than take advantage of the situation. Senior brother, do you think that after we enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts and teach them the cultivation method, will we obtain the merit of enlightenment? Suddenly, Taoist Juanti seemed to have thought of something and asked Saint Jiayin, "Merit of enlightenment? This might not be impossible. According to the heavenly Tao, the Khanate ferocious beasts are also a member of the primordial world, and they are a huge force second only to the Khanate god fiends. And in the primordial world, anyone who enlightens all living beings can obtain merit. From this point of view, there should be merit to enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts." After thinking carefully, Saint Jiayin said, "Enlightening the Khanate ferocious beasts and allowing them to comprehend the heavenly Tao, thereby bringing them under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao to increase the influence of the heavenly Tao." This move was completely equivalent to expanding the territory of the heavenly Tao. Was a huge contribution. Why was there no merit to be obtained? Merit. There must be. It might even be more than imagined. After all, the Khanate ferocious beasts were theoretical, a powerful force that was not inferior to the Khanate god fiends. Chapter 583. If Shao Chun could teach this faction a lesson, he would obtain a lot of beneficence. Perhaps the two of them could even become a Tao ancestor with the merit of educating Khanate ferocious beasts. One had to know that Tao ancestor Hong Jun relied on the merit of imparting the Tao to achieve the supreme position of Tao ancestor in the primordial world. If Juanti imparted the Tao to the Khanate ferocious beasts and taught them to become great beings, with the support of such a huge amount of merit, it might be possible to open another lineage and become a Tao ancestor. The great Tao is promising. Thinking of the possible achievements in the future, Juanti and Juanti trembled slightly. That was exciting. After all, that was a Tao ancestor. The most honorable position in the primordial world. Perhaps, one day in the future. Juanti and Juanti sat high on Mount Meru. There were many great beings who were born as Khanate ferocious beasts under them. They were faintly on par with the celestial sect of wonders. Of course, these were all the fantasies of Juanti and Juanti. The most powerful place of the celestial sect of wonders was not the three sects of Run, Chan, and Jia, but the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. It was precisely because of their presence that no force in the primordial world could shake the position of the celestial sect of wonders. If Zhuan-Ti wanted to surpass the celestial sect of wonders, it would be better to save it. That was more difficult than repaying their loans. Junior brother, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the two of us to establish ourselves in the celestial sect of wonders in the future. We still have to make plans early. After a moment of silence, Saint Jie-in said to Saint Zhuan-Ti, currently, in their capacity, it was indeed awkward to stay in the celestial sect of wonders. It was time to leave. How should I put it? Zhuan-Ti's situation in the celestial sect of wonders was completely ignored by his teachers and brothers. He was completely isolated. Therefore, it didn't matter whether he stayed or not. Especially, what they were going to do next would shake the foundation of the Panga divine system. As for the celestial sect of wonders, it was the largest force in the Panga divine system. From the moment they decided to enlighten the Khanate ferocious beasts, they were destined to be on the opposite side of the celestial sect of wonders. Therefore, Zhuan-Ti had no choice but to leave. Well, they couldn't even part it on good terms. That's right. It wasn't easy to get together, so how could it be easy to part? Senior brother is right. Those disciples of the celestial sect of wonders have long disliked the two of us. Now, we might as well follow their wishes and completely withdraw from the celestial sect of wonders. In the future, in order to be restrained by the celestial sect of wonders, we can wholeheartedly develop our own forces. Saint Zhuan-Ti, who had long been dissatisfied with the Xian sect, hurriedly said after hearing Saint Jie-in's words. Saint Zhuan-Ti could not forget the extremely unwilling look in Tao ancestor Hong Jun's eyes when he accepted the two of them as disciples. Junior brother, don't worry. At this time, the primordial world is in trouble. It's not the time for us to leave the celestial sect of wonders. When the conflict in the primordial world stops, we will have accumulated a portion of our strength. That will be the best time to leave the celestial sect of wonders. Saint Jie-in shook his head and said unhurriedly, now that their identities had just been exposed, they couldn't wait to announce their departure from the celestial sect of wonders. Wasn't this clearly telling others that there was something wrong with them? One must know that. Their true bodies were still by the side of the three pure ones, Niwa, and the other three. If they really did that, then the four of them would probably join forces to seal the two of them, or directly beat them out of the primordial world, leaving the two of them to fend for themselves. Therefore, the matter of leaving the celestial sect of wonders could not be rushed. It needed to be planned slowly. After all, leaving the celestial sect of wonders was not a small matter. It would affect the future situation of the primordial world. Moreover, betraying the sect and establishing another sect was not a glorious thing. In the end, Saint Jie-in was also extremely dissatisfied with Tao ancestor Hong Jun. It was because Tao ancestor Hong Jun was too biased. The direct disciples each had a primordial treasure, while the registered disciples only received a supreme grade primordial spirit treasure. Saint Jie-in expressed that he could not tolerate such unfair treatment. It was precisely the celestial sect of wonders and justice to them that caused the two of them to have the idea of establishing another sect after they gained strength. Of course, these were all excuses. The two of them did not even think about it. If it were not for Tao ancestor Hong Jun's teachings, how could they have their current cultivation? Moreover, Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not owe them anything. Even if he owed them something, the grace of teaching them the Tao was enough to repay everything. Therefore, Tao ancestor Hong Jun had no obligation to give the two of them primordial spirit treasures. However, the Tao ancestor still gave it, and it was a most top-grade primordial spirit treasure. This action could be said to be extremely benevolent. However, not only did the two of them not know how to be grateful, but they were also resentful that the Tao ancestor did not give them primordial spirit treasures. They even had the idea of establishing their own sect. It had to be said. Such was his nature. What could others do about it? With a plan in mind, the two saints Zhuan and Jie Yin began to get busy. First, they summoned their remaining disciples. Then, they used their supreme divine abilities to move mountains and create seas. They moved the earth veins and gathered the chi of heaven and earth from all directions. They reshaped Mount Meru in preparation for rebuilding the Western sect in the future. Of course, the Western sect in the future could no longer be called the Western sect. Instead, it should be called a sect like the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the Devil Sect of Wonders. As for what kind of sect, the two of them had not thought about it yet. However, it did not matter. There was still some time before the two of them left the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It was enough for them to think about it slowly. In the distance, the three pure ones watched quietly as the two of them busied themselves. Little did they know, in their hearts, they already had the intention to rebel. They planned to set up their own sect. The primordial world gradually returned to peace. However, the vast and boundless starry sky gradually became lively. Rumble. Zhoxing operated violently. A vast and unfathomable Khanate formation gradually spread out and appeared in front of everyone in the primordial world. Swish, 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 swish. The galaxy was vast, and the light of the universe was shining. Terrifying starlight burst out like a huge canopy, covering the entire starry sky. At this moment, under the cover of the galaxy cosmic light array and the god Pangu, no one could see through what was happening in the boundless starry sky. Yes, no one noticed. Then there was no need to act. The chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts could be ended. Withdraw. Feng Zichen waved his sleeve, and the terrifying Khanate ferocious beasts that were wreaking havoc in the starry sky disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a few groups of Khanate ferocious beasts with the cultivation of celestial immortals and mystic immortals were left on the spot, jumping around. Feng Zichen was not a chaos demon god, nor was he primordial Daluo Jinxian. The Khanate ferocious beasts that he created, of course, could not have the cultivation of Daluo Jinxian or even the Sage-to-Be realm. Celestial immortals and mystic immortals. These who had just entered the immortal path. This was a normal phenomenon. Of course, if Feng Zichen gathered the chaos origin chi, he could indeed create a few Khanate ferocious beasts at the Sage-to-Be realm. However, what Feng Zichen created was not a few Khanate ferocious beasts, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them. Or even more. With such a large number of Khanate ferocious beasts, it was understandable that their strength was low. However, they were extremely malleable, and there was a possibility that they could become Daluo Jinxian in the future. As for those powerful Khanate ferocious beasts that wreaked havoc in the starry sky, of course, they were all fake. They were all reasonable methods that Feng Zichen used to summon the Thunder Lock Incarnation and the Gauchian Incarnation. Rumble. The galactic cosmic light array continued to operate for more than 1,000 years before it stopped, allowing Zhoxing to reappear in front of the primordial world. Those Khanate ferocious beasts also disappeared without a trace. They were all refined to death by the galactic cosmic light array, or they were killed by the three gods together. Anyway, with the reappearance of Zhoxing, the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts that broke out in the boundless starry sky was completely quelled. It did not cause too much of a stir in the primordial world. At this point, the primordial world fell into peace again, and the demon sect went into hiding again. The heaven realm and the boundless starry sky were extremely peaceful under the governance of Hao Yin, Feng Zichen, and the other three. On the ground, under the governance of Fuxi, the various races lived in peace and harmony. In the netherworld, there was the Chaos Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Disc, and the number 1 Saint of the Earth, the Hutu, personally overseeing it. The incarnations of the saints that returned from the sky screen also guarded their respective mountain gates and did not do anything special. From this point of view, perhaps one would think that the primordial world had really calmed down and that there were no more disputes. However, Feng Zichen, Hao Yin, and the others did not relax because of this. Instead, they became more and more nervous. Because, until now, the demon ancestor Rahu still had not appeared. As long as the demon ancestor did not make a move, Feng Zichen and the others would not be able to rest in peace. The tranquility of the primordial world was perhaps the calm before the storm. Therefore, everyone was thinking of ways to increase their strength to guard against the attack of the demon ancestor Rahu. In fact, Feng Zichen had secretly prepared a blood altar for himself in advance, in case he was unfortunately killed by the demon ancestor Rahu's attack and could be resurrected in time. It did not matter how strong the demon ancestor Rahu was. They could totally fight against Tao ancestor Hongjun. No matter how strong Tao ancestor Hongjun was, the demon ancestor Rahu, who was his lifelong enemy, was almost on the same level. Even if it was slightly inferior, it was not far away. Therefore, when facing an expert like the demon ancestor Rahu, it was not too much to be careful. Time often passed by inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. During this period, Feng Zichen and the others did not wait for the revenge of the demon ancestor Rahu. Instead, they waited for another extremely troublesome matter. That was the innate, baleful aura that filled the primordial world had completely erupted. It had been said earlier that after the innate, ferocious beast died, its origin would not dissipate. It would turn into innate, baleful aura and continue to corrode the surrounding earth veins. In addition, the origin of the chaotic, baleful aura hidden in the endless spirit veins of the primordial world was continuously corroding the spirit veins of the primordial world. The combination of these two caused the content of the innate baleful aura in the primordial world to gradually increase to the point where it was today. It was enough to affect the normal operation of the primordial world. At this moment, if one looked down from the heaven realm, they would see that the entire primordial world was filled with dense, innate, baleful aura. They were like boiling hot water, boiling violently and corroding everything around them. Some of the innate, baleful aura even rose from the ground to the sky and began to destroy the environment of the heaven realm. The situation was extremely dangerous. The innate, baleful aura had reached the point where it had to be controlled. If it continued to be left alone, it would not be long before the entire primordial world became the paradise of the demonic path, where there would be no space for immortal path cultivators to live. However, the origin of the chaotic, baleful aura was hidden too deeply. Even if Feng Zichen and the others used all their means, they could not find it. This led to the current situation. What an eventful period! Looking at the primordial world from the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen could not help but reveal a look of pity in his eyes. He saw many primordial world creatures gradually lost their nature under the corrosion of the innate baleful aura and turned into monsters that only knew how to kill. And this was only the beginning. As more and more creatures were eroded by the innate baleful aura and turned into monsters that only knew how to kill, that would definitely cause a huge conflict in the primordial world. With a conflict, there would definitely be a fight. This would also give the innate baleful aura a chance to take advantage of and cause more creatures to be eroded by it. At that time, the situation would only become more and more intense until it completely went out of control. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, the primordial world will be in danger. Looking at the primordial world filled with baleful aura, Feng Zichen's heart sank for a moment before he made a decision. He was going to take action to solve the innate baleful aura. As for how to solve the innate baleful aura, Feng Zichen had long had a plan in his heart. He had thought of a total of 2 ways. One was to treat the symptoms, and the other was to treat the root cause. The first way was to reorganize the primordial spirit meridians, to force the origin of the chaotic, baleful aura out of the endless spirit meridians of the primordial world and cut off the source of the birth of the innate baleful aura. Once the source was solved, the danger of the primordial world would immediately disappear. The remaining innate, baleful aura was not a threat at all. After a few cycles of the heavenly Tao, it was naturally expelled to the ultimate. This was the way to treat the root cause. However, there were still great enemies spying on the primordial world. It was really not the time to reorganize the Earth meridians. Therefore, this matter could not be carried out. He could only wait for the heavenly Tao to return before making a decision. The other method was to treat the symptoms. It was also the method that Feng Zichen wanted to use now. That was to use all his strength to activate the boundless starry sky and make the god Panga breathe and exhale towards the primordial world. He would gather all the innate, baleful aura that filled the primordial world into the boundless starry sky and then slowly refine it. Although this method could suck the innate, baleful aura into the boundless starry sky, it could not find the origin of the chaotic, baleful aura. If the origin of the chaotic, baleful aura was not removed, it would not be long before the innate, baleful aura reappeared. Therefore, this method could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. However, in this crisis, it was not important whether it was treating the symptoms or the root cause. The important thing was which one could be used. Since the root cause could not be used, he would first use the root cause to treat the symptoms. If he could delay it for a period of time, he would delay it for a period of time. It was better than doing nothing at all. Galaxy Cosmic Light Array Rise. Standing on the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen activated the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array. Chapter 584. However, the Galactic Cosmic Light Array this time was different from the past. He was stronger. It was because the person presiding over the array was no longer Feng Zichen alone, but three: Great Emperor Zuei, Great Emperor North Star, and Great Emperor of the South Pole. With the combined power of the three supreme beings of heaven and earth sitting at the center of the array and operating the Zhousing with all their might, the power of the array would definitely be raised to its peak. In an instant, endless starlight gathered. A huge vortex formed above the starry sky. It occupied more than half of the starry sky. Rumble. An unimaginable suction force was emitted from the starlight vortex, setting off a huge storm on the primordial land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind raged on the primordial land. It set off huge waves. However, the strange thing was that although the storm was strong, it did not hurt any living beings in the primordial land, nor did it cause any damage to the land. It was as if they had eyes, avoiding all living beings, and specifically targeting the innate baleful aura that filled the primordial land. The wind swept everything, sweeping up the boundless innate baleful aura that filled the land and whistling towards the boundless starry sky. Refined. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen saw the wind sweeping up the innate baleful aura and whistling towards him. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly formed a Tao seal to activate the god Pangu. Whoosh. Silently, the god Pangu appeared. He sat cross-legged in the boundless starry sky and began to circulate the ancient and mysterious three enclosures Tao scripture. With the circulation of the three enclosures Tao scripture, the innate baleful aura was attracted and surged into the body of the god Pangu, like swallows returning to the forest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless starlight gathered, wrapped in the innate baleful aura, and circulated back and forth between the Zhousing. As the innate baleful aura flowed, the star orbits lit up one after another, blooming with rays of Tao light in the starry sky. They were like the meridians of the human body, very mysterious. This was the god Pangu moving the great cycle. Just like the cultivation of cultivators, when it involved 108 stars apertures, it was a small cycle. When it involved 365 stars apertures, it was a large cycle. After a full cycle of transportation, quite a lot of innate malevolent energies were absorbed by Pangu, turning into nourishment for the recovery of the Zhousing and the growth of the newly formed Yuanshan divine evil qi. As the great heavenly cycle continued, more and more innate, baleful chi was refined. On the untainted land, the boundless natural evil chi was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was swept up by the huge storm and rushed into the huge vortex in the center of the boundless starry sky. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. Under the full absorption of the cosmic light array, the connate evil chi that had almost swept across the entire untainted land finally disappeared completely. Phew! On the North Star, Feng Zichen let out a long sigh of relief, relaxed his mind, and slowly stopped operating the galaxy cosmic light array. At this point, the crisis of the primordial world. This could be considered a temporary relief. However, in the end, this was only a temporary solution. If the source could not be resolved as soon as possible, the crisis that the primordial world would face in the future would become more and more serious. If the connate evil chi were to cause trouble a few more times, it would cause irreversible damage to the primordial world. At that time, no matter how strong the galaxy cosmic light array was, it would probably be useless. Feng Zichen had just put away the galaxy cosmic light array when wisps of connate evil chi emerged from the primordial world. A portion of the primordial world's spirit meridians had long been completely corroded by the connate evil chi. The energy they were releasing now was no longer heaven and earth spirit chi, but wisps of connate evil chi. This was a major matter that shook the foundation of the immortal Tao. It was also the biggest crisis of the primordial world at the moment. It was also the problem that the galaxy cosmic light array could not solve. If it did not find the source of the chaos evil chi, the situation would not improve. Sooner or later, the primordial world would become the paradise of the fiends. No, waiting passively like this is not a solution. Looks like it's time to take the initiative to attack. Worried about the future of the primordial world, Feng Zichen decided to take the initiative to attack and turn passivity into initiative. It was not a good idea to keep waiting for the fiend ancestor Rahu to attack. Not to mention that it would take a lot of effort. Most of his energy was involved, so he had no time to deal with other things. This would not do. Since the fiend ancestor Rahu did not take the initiative to attack, he had to think of a way to force him to attack. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible so that he could free up his hands to comb through the primordial world's earth meridians and search for the source of the chaos evil chi. He had to completely solve the hidden dangers of the primordial world. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen was about to leave the Emperor Star and head to the Daluo sky to look for Hao Tian to discuss a plan to force the fiend ancestor Rahu to attack. But who would have thought that? Before Feng Zichen could make a move, 4 earth-shattering, baleful auras suddenly erupted in the primordial world. What? The baleful aura was so strong that it shot into the clouds, causing the earth to shake and the stars to sway. Its power was actually close to the primordial chaos realm. Even Feng Zichen could not help but be moved when he saw it. Putting aside the external forces, this power had already surpassed him. Shocked, Feng Zichen hurriedly looked at the source of the baleful aura. But the 4 ferocious beasts had been resurrected again. Every time they were reborn, it meant that the 4 ferocious beasts had become stronger. When the 4 ferocious beasts were just born, they were only at the middle stage of the sage-to-be realm. Before they could cause any trouble in the primordial world, they were killed by the powerful beings who rushed over. This was the first time the 4 ferocious beasts had died. Not long after that, the environment of the primordial world became worse and worse. The 4 ferocious beasts were reborn because of the tribulation chi and obtained even more powerful strength, which was equivalent to the perfected sage-to-be realm. But unfortunately, their luck was not on their side. They had just been resurrected, and before they could announce their existence to the primordial world, they bumped into the furious Hao Tian. TSK, TSK, TSK. In front of Hao Tian, whose strength was comparable to a 5th-level primordial chaos expert, the 4 ferocious beasts could not resist at all and were killed by him. And this was the second time the 4 ferocious beasts had died. After that, Feng Zichen and the others first calmed the chaos of the Khanate realm, ferocious beasts. Then, they suppressed the demon sect and restored peace to the primordial world. The four ferocious beasts were born because of the turmoil. The more chaotic the primordial world was, the more powerful they were. They could be immortal. But when the primordial world returned to peace, the four ferocious beasts lost the soil for their resurrection. They would slowly fall silent, waiting for the next outbreak of turmoil in the primordial world to carry out the plan to destroy the world. Because of this, Feng Zichen gradually relaxed his vigilance against the four ferocious beasts. But he did not expect that with the outbreak of the Khanate evil spirit, the four ferocious beasts could be reborn with the power of the Khanate evil spirit. There was no doubt that the four ferocious beasts were more powerful. Last time, they were only at the perfected sage-to-be realm. But this time, if Feng Zichen was not wrong, their strength had already stepped into the realm of primordial chaos. Yes, although the strength of the four ferocious beasts was close to that of Daluo Jingxian, they had not stepped into that realm after all, so there was a little gap between them. But with the appearance of the four ferocious beasts, the negative emotions accumulated in the primordial world for hundreds of thousands of years rushed into their bodies as if they had found their relatives. With the help of this, the four ferocious beasts took a crucial step and had the strength comparable to that of Daluo Jingxian. My name is Chaos. My name is Tao Wu. My name is Qiong Qi. My name is Tao Wu. With four roars that shook the primordial world, the four ferocious beasts announced their existence to the primordial world in a high-profile manner. Troublesome. Looking down at the four ferocious beasts who were showing off in the primordial world, Feng Zichen frowned slightly. These four ferocious beasts could not be killed. He could only seal them. Now that they were already in the realm of primordial chaos, if he killed them, he did not know what realm they would be in the next time they were reborn. Therefore, he tried not to kill the four ferocious beasts if he could. Evil beast, you're courting death. In the Lingxiao Palace of the Heaven Realm, Hao Tian, who was dealing with official business, sensed the aura of the four ferocious beasts. Without thinking, he activated the power of the Heaven Realm and blasted a palm strike towards the lower realm. The power of this palm strike was equivalent to the full blow of a fifth-level primordial chaos expert. If an ordinary cultivator who had just entered the realm of primordial chaos was hit by this palm strike, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. However, the four ferocious beasts were different after all. Rumble. Hao Tian's palm strike landed on Hun Dun's body. Following a loud bang, Hun Dun's enormous figure exploded and turned into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. However, in less than a moment, the void distorted. Then, as if time and space were flowing backward, Chaos' broken body suddenly turned into black gas and gathered on the spot, forming Chaos' huge body again. Moreover, the aura on his body was stronger than before. Hao Tian's palm strike had completely disappeared without a trace. Not a trace of power leaked out as it was all absorbed by Chaos. In other words, Hao Tian's palm strike did not kill Chaos. Instead, it became nourishment for his growth and made him stronger. Huh? How could this be? In the Lingxiao Palace of the Heaven Realm, Hao Tian was puzzled when he saw this strange scene. He had an impression of these four innate ferocious beasts. After all, there were not many innate ferocious beasts in the great perfection of sage-to-be in the untainted land. He still vaguely remembered that these four ferocious beasts had died in his hands. But what was going on? Not only did these four innate ferocious beasts come back to life, but they also became stronger. This was completely against common sense. Hao Tian was puzzled. He silently performed pre-celestial divination to deduce the origin of these four innate ferocious beasts. At this moment, as the untainted land returned to peace, heaven's secret gradually became clear again. Although it was far from comparable to normal times, he could still deduce some unimportant things. The embodiment of negative emotions? After a while, after figuring out the origin of the four ferocious beasts, Hao Tian's face was full of bad luck. No wonder it did not make sense. It turned out that they were not life at all. In a sense, the four ferocious beasts were indeed not life. They were the manifestation of the negative emotions of the untainted land. They were composed of segments of emotions, like the embodiment of rules. Therefore, some well-known common sense could not be applied to them at all. For example, their unimaginable cultivation speed. Their strength was not cultivated by themselves, but gathered the negative energy of the entire untainted land. Even if behind the four ferocious beasts stood the masses of the untainted land, it would be strange if their strength was not strong. Tsk. This thing is not easy to deal with. After hesitating for a while, Hao Tian was about to go down to the untainted land to deal with the four ferocious beasts. As the Celestial Emperor at this time, he could not stay out of it. He had to step forward bravely. However, not long after Hao Tian left the heavenly court, he saw Feng Zichen rushing over. "Brother Hao Tian, please wait." From afar, Feng Zichen saw Hao Tian's figure and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Ziwei, this is?" Hao Tian stopped and asked in confusion, "Brother, you can't attack in the untainted land." Coming to Hao Tian's side, Feng Zichen said. He wanted to stop Hao Tian from attacking the four ferocious beasts in the untainted land. Because whether it was Hao Tian or the four ferocious beasts, they were all too strong. Sometimes in the untainted land, being too strong was not a good thing. When they attacked, it was inevitable that they would be restrained to avoid destroying the untainted land. If Feng Zichen did not stop Hao Tian today and allowed him to fight with the four ferocious beasts in the untainted land, it would not be long before the entire untainted land fell apart and completely fell into the ultimate. Can't attack? Then what should we do? We can't just let the four ferocious beasts destroy the untainted land, right? Hao Tian said with a frown. It was not that he did not know the consequences of fighting with the four ferocious beasts. However, he could not just ignore the four ferocious beasts just because he had misgivings, right? If that was the case, the damage to the untainted land would not be light. Therefore, it was better to attack at all costs and try to take down the four ferocious beasts in the shortest time possible in order to minimize the losses suffered by the untainted land. In this way, although it would cause some damage to the untainted land, it was better than letting the four ferocious beasts destroy it. However, this method also had a fatal flaw, and that was that the four ferocious beasts had to be taken down in a short period of time. Otherwise, once the battle fell into a stalemate, the damage to the untainted land would be unimaginable. However, Hao Tian was not worried about this at all. If he was alone, he might not be able to take down the four ferocious beasts in the shortest time possible. However, he was not the only one in the untainted land. There was also Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor of the South Pole, Great Emperor Gaochen, and the 12 Saint Incarnations. If they attacked together, it would be easy to take down the four ferocious beasts. It's not that simple. It's impossible for us to attack at the same time. Otherwise, who will guard against demon ancestor Rahu? Now that the four ferocious beasts have appeared, it's the best time for demon ancestor Rahu to attack. I don't think he can hold back. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen analyzed to Hao Tian. The appearance of the four ferocious beasts could be said to be the last counterattack of the untainted land. After this, there would not be any major calamities in the untainted land. Once this opportunity was missed, it would be difficult for demon ancestor Rahu to find a suitable time to attack. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.